It is so hard to wrangle cash, I tell you.
That Baron, man.
Well, once he gets going, you can't get him to stop. He's worse than the Energizer
The following
Bunny.
content contains adult
I don't
language and
think
humor
so.
that is not suitable for viewers under the age of
wish
18.
Baron would stop eating
Viewer
the
discretion is
forbidden
strongly
donut,
advised.
man. He keeps
Oh,
eating
but
it.
it's
The
so
views
good,
and opinions
Cash. Come
expressed
on,
during the
just try it
following video
sometime.
content are those of the individual
Try
and
it,
may not
try
reflect
it,
those of
try
others.
it.
Thank
I'm
you.
not eating
Well,
the forbidden
if you
donut.
quit telling us how great kale is wrapped around tofu all the time for your show.
I've never had kale, so I don't know.
Expert though, you live in California.
You and your fake news, Baron. Just because I live in California doesn't mean I'm eating kale.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it does.
High colonics every Wednesday. Yeah.
Sure. Yes, I'm sure you also think that when I smell meat, I go, "Oh, it's disgusting."
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
You probably do, but when I see a steak, it's like, oh, that's mine.
I know. I love when I smell somebody grilling. Oh,
Yeah.
Go out there and sniff. I know. Cash would be in a fetal position, retching, but you know, it's, for me that's
Well, not only grilling, something on the grill, but also the smell of grilled onions. I mean, that smells good to me.
Wow. That was wow. Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Cashmoney007 and Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host, Mike. That's right, the Three Stooges of Pop Talk are here for your morning pleasure.
Now, the smell of onions grilling, that's more Cash's thing. It's like, oh yeah, that's manly vegan there.
No,
Hopefully he didn't use butter. I hope he didn't use butter
Baron.
in that.
Nice
Almond
try.
milk. You have to use almond butter.
No.
So this morning we have a few stories to talk about. Of course, we are going to be talking about the new announcement of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, a new game by Bethesda and Lucasfilm Games coming out sometime this year. We are also going to be talking about Alec Baldwin being indicted again.
Good.
What a piece of shit. Yeah, you heard me, YouTube. Fuck you. Anyways, moving on.
We are also going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth producer Yoshinori Kitase saying he's a bit embarrassed by original game's portrayal of social problems, social issues, and cultural depictions. We'll find out what the article says about that before we chime in.
That sounds interesting.
Yes.
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire was inspired by the 80s cartoon series.
Oh. Quality
Now it really
shit.
sounds like it's
Okay.
yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be really good. If that's wow.
And our other story that we'll be talking about will be Cobra Commander awakens Megatron in new Energon Universe trailer.
Oh boy, he's losing it again, Baron.
Silence! Scream!
He needs to turn in his Optimus Prime card if he keeps doing that.
He just might.
Oh come on! I just love doing the voice. That's all. And Cass, this is for you.
Extinction to all traitors!
I'll accept it.
I'm calling Frank Welker.
Wait, is there a pirate flag somewhere? Oh, not yet. Okay.
What pirate flag? What pirate flag? But before we get into today's articles, we do have our latest episode of Beverly Hills 414. I see what you did there, Baron. Don't think I'm not watching as I'm getting ready to share the screen, bucko.
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 I'm proud of you, Baron. I am.
Thank you.
Oh, of course you are. You're his cohort.
He's my Mr. Smee to my Captain Hook.
That's right.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Something though? It is afternoon. The sun's over the yardarm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yo
Sit back and drink a cold
ho,
one.
yo ho.
But first, before we get underway with the latest story of Beverly Hills 414, I do want to say hello to T-Gap Steve. Good morning,
Big
good
Daddy.
afternoon, good evening to you, T-Gap. Big Daddy T-Gap.
Daddy.
It's a cap.
Do it right.
We also have low spec Linux laptop. Two penguins enter. One penguin leaves.
Penguin leaves.
Two penguins enter. One penguin leaves.
Penguin leaves.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah.
I also want to say hello to Prismatics. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, Prismatics. And I also want to say hello to Whoopa Troopa. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, good sir.
Whoopa.
Hello, Whoopa.
Yeah. You're sus. You're sus, Whoopa. You and Cash are both sus.
Well,
And so is Mike.
Before we get into Beverly Hills 414, you want to talk about the Among Us stream from Friday? How much fun we were all having? Or at least some of us?
I just kept blaming Baron usually, so yeah.
Yeah, and the one person who was not the imposter was me. But the thing is, I caught on. The more you talk, the more you're the imposter.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
I kept saying it was Baron, then I said it was Whoopa.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, and then it was Mike.
There was a period of time where I was the victim because of a certain panelist on this stream. Yeah, this guy. Be careful.
Well, yeah, because it's not me, because I was never.
Oh, man.
And that's the point. I've never seemed to be the imposter in that game.
Well, I was like, oh, somebody's alone, and then I'm like, oh, he's dead. I'm gonna kill this person and kill this person, and then I'm gonna cause this problem and stuff. But Mike got revenge a few times.
Yeah, yes, I did.
Oh, yeah. I haunted Mike quite a bit.
4 times in a row. I was the nasty crew member.
It was fun though. That map was a lot of fun.
It was.
We will definitely do that again sometime soon.
Yeah, I gotta still figure out that map a little bit, but yeah, it was cool.
You know, it was fun the last time I was the killer and I claimed victory because I actually voted off the other killer. It's like there can be only one. And then when you Cash, Paul, and I were the 3 remaining, and you two start walking away, and I'm watching where you guys are going. I'm going, okay, Cash is far enough away, you can't see what I'm doing. Then sneak up behind Paul and whack.
I even killed somebody right in front of somebody else, and then we won that match. And I was like, oh, how could that person?
I think you killed me in front of him. I think it was you killing me.
And then I moved really fast. So like, wasn't that Priz close to him or something? And then I moved up the ladder.
Yeah.
But that was fun, and Whoopa was there, and so was Prismatics.
Paul.
Oh, really?
You hurt his computer's feelings.
I guess so.
It rage quit on him because you kept on accusing him.
I didn't expect to be the imposter so much. It was crazy.
Well, then when I got the 4 times in a row, it's like, okay, fine. It's time for Micatron to take over.
And then people started stalking me in that game. Like, get away, shoo.
Well, when you turned out to be the killer those few times, that's why I was stalking you. It's like, I got my eye on you, buddy.
Yeah, that ended up being a lot of fun. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, maybe one of these days I'll be the imposter, and
you will
surprise you all. I'll surprise you. You won't even suspect it. You'll be saying all your shenanigans, joking, and it won't be really me.
But yeah, we had fun playing that same map. I'll probably switch it up next time. We'll play all the other maps. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. 3 and 4 and 5. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
that'd be great. Yeah,
that'd be fun, and I'm sure this story is going to be a lot of fun from Teeth Gap Steve. So let's go ahead and get into
always
it.
is. Always is. Oh,
we got music.
Oh, now I feel complete.
Yeah, that is one thing that they need to add to Rumble Studio.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to play music. Previously on Beverly Hills 414. Did you have to knock him out, Astrid? What would you have me do, Ingrid? He was about to try and run, and we might have lost him. Mike listened as he sat there on the ground. Oh, wait, Astrid and Ingrid? Hey, girls, give me your number. When it became apparent that he wasn't about to be kidnapped, tied up, or have his pants taken off, he sighed and dusted himself off and opened his eyes to regard the pair of blondes.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I do have a phone, or you can always ask if you need help. The pair blinked and blinked again.
Mm-hmm.
How are you awake? That knockout gas is guaranteed, said one. Because I am Micatron. Nobody defeats me. Gotta change the music.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
Mike laughed and stood up. After having been hit by all manner of knockout drugs and gas, I have... all it does is give me a headache and a craving for Hostess cakes. Oh, all right, fine. The munchies, man.
Mike has accidentally roofied himself. So.
Quiet, Baron. Amusement gone, he went into all business mode. I remember you both from New Year's. Perhaps you should tell me what you want and assure me Baron is all right. For the time being, he is all right. But if he keeps going, one of them said, well, at least it wasn't some kind of invitation to some kind of kinky Swedish orgy, for better or worse. Aw. You mean it's not an invitation to an orgy?
Damn.
Aw. Crypto didn't like being kidnapped, abducted, held ransom, or otherwise having his head stuck in a bag and being taken somewhere. Baron always nicknamed him Aquaman for it.
What? Sure.
Okay.
What?
And T-Gap does say work, so he'll be back.
Oh.
Okay. That's fine.
But, of course, I do want to say hello to Jace, the man from the future.
Yes. Yes, he is.
So I'll go ahead and stop the music for right now, and we'll wait for T-Gap to get back. And
now, that's what we call a cliffhanger.
To be continued. And Whoopa says, it's fun to chase people around in this game. Yes, it is fun to chase people around in Among Us. It was really fun. I need revenge.
I just want to be the imposter.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. We might be right.
Yeah, Whoopa might be right on that.
Call a meeting.
And Whoopa says hello to Jace. So while we're waiting for T-Gap to get back and continue the story, we will move on to our first story. And yeah, I've heard a lot of people going, oh, this game's going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. None of us have played it.
No, I haven't. Not yet.
I haven't. I will be playing it when it comes out on Game Pass.
All I can see is, so far what I've seen, it's beautiful looking.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, Indy looks like Indy, so.
Mm-hmm. And sounds like Indy.
Yeah, Troy Baker is doing a very good impression of Harrison Ford.
Not bad. Sometimes he sounds like himself again, but other times, from what I noticed in the trailer, he sounds like Indy.
Mm-hmm.
So this comes from Game Informer. It says Indiana Jones and the Great Circle launches this year. First gameplay footage revealed. This is by Marcus Stewart. It was posted on the 18th. And it says Machine Games Indiana Jones game received an official name and got its first gameplay showing during today's Xbox Developer Direct. We also learned that it's launching later this year. EW.com also confirmed that though Harrison Ford's likeness will appear in the game, he will be performed by Troy Baker.
Mm-hmm.
And, fine. I'm just glad that Harrison at least signed off to use his likeness.
Mm-hmm.
It says
maybe it was a contract thing they had with Dial of Destiny.
Maybe.
Well, that's what I would have done. I mean, the faces aren't too bad in like Guardians of the Galaxy, but with Square Enix having all this money, I would just pay the extra money and say, can I get the actor's likeness?
Mm-hmm.
That's personally what I would have done.
I would love
I
to
would
have.
do it too.
I would love to have my likeness in a video game if I was somebody like that. It's like, wow, then you made it.
Very, very cool.
Yep. Says the adventure is called Indiana Jones and the Great Circle and stars Indy in his prime doing what he does best: solve puzzles, explore tombs, and pummel Yahtzees. Because you can't say the actual word on YouTube.
No, you can, but they don't like it.
You can,
but,
they don't like it. Yeah.
At least it wasn't called the Circle Jerk. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle Jerk. Yeah.
Set in 1937, between the events of Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade, Indy is chasing a stolen relic to solve an globe-trotting mystery. An ancient, sorry. Why did I say accident? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm still not awake yet.
Yeah, and
there
we go.
That's my excuse. That's my excuse.
But yeah, no, I've heard some grumblings and stuff about how, like, the woman is gonna she's gonna solve the puzzles for Indy and stuff. I'm like, no, did you guys not watch the trailer? Like, he's solving a lot of puzzles.
Yeah. Well, of course, if you're playing Indiana Jones, you have to do it. If she's doing it, then why have the game?
Exactly.
She's doing all the work for you. But
yeah. And some people are complaining that it's first person. Well, that's to help put you in the shoes of Indiana Jones. You, the player, are Indiana Jones. Henry Jones Jr.
Machine Games did Wolfenstein. Those were first person. I don't, and then in the cutscenes, you would actually see B.J. Blazkowicz, right? Yeah, B.J. Yeah. So, yeah, and now the third person you will see, of course, when he's climbing or doing some of those other things.
Right.
Yeah. It says, like Machine Games' modern Wolfenstein games, The Great Circle is a first-person experience. Expect to engage in shootouts and fistfights in this more intimate perspective, but the game does switch to third-person during climbing sequences.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm. Indy will be helped by new character Gina, an investigative journalist pursuing her own goals that land her in a mutually beneficial and banter-heavy partnership with Dr. Jones.
Which is great because
she's Marion.
Yeah. And what's her name from the second one? I mean, Elsa or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Elsa was in The Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. Elsa was, yeah. She was, yeah.
There was banter there with.
Yes, very good banter. Yes.
Yeah, and that's just it. I love the banter that Indy has with his female cohorts. I mean, even Temple of Goon, where it was more of a shrieking violet, but still.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But still, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she almost had more with Short Round than Indy, though. You know, like those two were
Yes.
like the two comedic, tag-alongs. But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, but still,
Kate
that
Capshaw. Yeah.
Kate Cap Mrs. Steven Spielberg now because
Mhm.
it's like he got enamored with her big titas and dropped Amy Irving. Amy, honestly, you don't have any titas. I'm going to go.
I don't know. She didn't. I still think Temple of Doom is a good film. I don't love it as much as Crit. I don't love it as much as Last Crusade or definitely not Raiders, but I still think Temple of Doom's a good movie. It's crazy.
It's good,
nuts,
but it's not as good as Raiders.
No.
They
go right.
Yeah, I mean it's Raiders, Crusade, and then Temple of Doom, and that's the trilogy. That's the order, just because Temple of Goons is the lower one doesn't mean it's a bad one. It's just I think the other ones had better quality.
Yes.
It says the pair travels to locations such as Egypt, the Vatican, the peaks of the Himalayas, and the sunken temples. I can't even pronounce that. I'm not even going to try. To visit various tombs filled with puzzles that Machine Games teases have multiple solutions, either using your wits or occasionally by brute force. I kind of like the latter part, especially when you go against the Yahtzees.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's your modus operandi anyways.
Right. Yeah. Well, they give you the options that Indy would do with the whip. You can do stealth. You can just go right up to them and start punching them and whatever. That's cool.
Or try to impersonate somebody, or
right. Yes.
Because I saw the one where you had like the Africa Corps member kind of going after Indy. He's got like a camera in his hand. It's like in front of the Great Sphinx. So it's like, oh, was he trying to impersonate, a reporter or a sightseer?
Possibly.
Yeah, we don't know.
Whatever Indy has to do to get into an area he shouldn't be in, but he knows he has to get in to find out what's going on.
Right.
It says, in addition to punching enemies, lights out, or shooting them in the face, Indy's signature whip is incorporated into all aspects of play. It can be used for traversal, such as attaching it to grapple points to scale walls. You can whip objects to create distractions in order to sneak past foes, or you can just whip goons like they I'm sorry for laughing, but I like how the author worded this. They owe Indy money, including yanking distant foes toward you. Says Machine Games says the Great Circle emphasizes player choice. You can discover multiple routes through levels to sneak through quietly or go in whipping everything in sight.
That's what Mike likes right there, Ramboing it.
From the gameplay trailer, which we will show after we read the next part that's included with this segment of the show, I can see myself being lost in the game for hours on end if the gameplay is any good.
Right.
The gameplay trailer shows off thrilling sequences such as Indy jumping from plane to plane in a midair dogfight, manning a machine gun to mow down adversaries, and swinging from precarious ledges while whipping foes off tall perches. Indiana Jones and the Great...
In other words, typical indie affair,
Yeah.
Nerd day in the indie hood.
Says Indiana Jones and the Great Circle launches sometime this year for Xbox Series X and S and PC. It's also coming to Xbox Game Pass, and that's how I'll play it.
Yep. All these games from the Xbox developer direct are going to be on Game Pass, and if you like them enough, I would say probably buy them. Avowed looks like potentially what a Elder Scrolls 6 could be. I mean, there's potential, but people, just like with Indiana Jones, they're bashing it already. The spells don't look that good. The graphics don't look that good. I'm like, well, guys, I mean, I understand the criticism of stuff, especially what's happened recently, but Avowed looks pretty cool. And when you see all that woman, guess what? She looks like a woman. I know it's hurtful, but yeah.
How dare she look like a woman? Well, again, we're seeing early gameplay too. I
Right.
thought the graphics for this game looked fantastic.
Yeah, they look
It's like, oh wow, this is like seeing looking at something that might be an indie film that we've been asking for so long. So I mean, the fact that it's first person, single player, all that stuff doesn't bother me, because I guess I grew up in the era where that was the hot thing, because Wolfenstein 3D, when it first came out, the first one of its kind.
Doom was first person.
Right. I mean, there's certain games, like the way Max Payne was set up, I don't think it would have worked as well if it wasn't set up as a third person. It's just, it's certain games that are set up differently. But we grew up with a lot of first person shooters and stuff.
Yeah.
Call of Duty, Half-Life. I mean, you can go down the list.
And they're still popular games.
They are. Doom is still rolling.
Right. So, first person shooter doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I do like the third person, but first person,
I like it both.
The first person doesn't repulse me, because again, that's what I grew up on. When I didn't grow up, I was already in my 20s when Wolfenstein 3D came out, and it's like, we laugh at it now, but back then that was like groundbreaking.
It was.
And of course, Dark Forces.
Yes.
I can't wait for the
the remaster that comes out on the 14th of next month.
So I mean, the look that they had, the fact that it looks like they got historical details down, such as if this is Africa Corps running around in there, they would not have the armbands with the broken cross on it.
Nope.
And
because that wouldn't be historically accurate if they did.
Yeah, because Rommel was not part of the party.
Right.
And
gotcha. Yeah.
Only put the broken cross on stuff reluctantly and made sure as small as possible. So again, that's good. The only thing I have nerves about is taking a look at that goofball baby Huey looking mutant that they have working there. And it's like, the only thing was missing was wearing a freaking diaper and having a binky in his mouth, which I'm sure he probably does, or it does, or whatever it is does on his private time at home, which is fine. If that's what you want to do it. But please don't look like that when you're out in the public.
It's probably not the best idea, no. But of course, there are websites already. If somebody in the comments section posts that, and they're not going to put up with people making fun of other people's appearance. Well, the reason they post those is because it starts worrying people. So
there's a history.
It's not. I do not see these people saying, "Oh, this person is a piece of garbage." I see them saying, "I'm worried because look at this person. This feels like a self-insert." Right.
Right. Right. And
that's what people worry about. Yes.
And when you're going to go out in public looking like he does, or it does, or whatever, I don't know what it identifies as, but you know what? You deserve to be slightly mocked, because have a little bit of decency going out and being seen in public.
Yep.
Don't try to. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to grab attention. You want people to look at you, and the best way to do it is by looking like a mutant. Fine, dandy, but you know what? Don't get offended when people call it out.
Right.
And I'm calling it out, and that's what's making me nervous about this game. How far up his ass does he have, and how that he's going to try to insert into this game? Because you can't have an indie. I mean, look at Dial of Destiny. And I know this game was being designed probably before Dial of Destiny was started, because that's how things go. But I hope at least they learned a little bit of a lesson off of Dial of Destiny.
Yeah.
We like strong women, but we don't like bitches.
Right.
Yeah, I started. That's right, YouTube. You heard me.
Right, and if she's going to be bitchy, then the male character has every right to be just as bitchy about things too, because that's
Right.
why there's all been. People forget how much good banter there's been, either fantasy games, the stuff like Indiana Jones, even Tomb Raider with that her rival. I can't think of his name now, but yeah.
Yeah, and certain someone making sure we get called mayflies, and you know.
Mm.
Yep.
There is definitely some good banter in Vermintide too.
Yeah, there is.
I mean,
It's funny they talk
even-
about their experiences that they've had in the past. It's like, oh, really? That happened? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Even look at this cover art. It looks a lot better than Dial of
Oh.
Destinies.
Oh yeah,
That looks like right back in the day. That looks like you're standing out in 1982, standing in line for seeing Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
It's beautiful. I mean, this is what we want. We want indie. We want adventure. This looks like it has.
We want a game that gets us excited, like this game has gotten us excited.
Look, and I even know people. Yes, they like Dial of Destiny. I'm not hating on them because they like it. It just for me, it just has a lot of problems.
Right, and you know what? We like to see. We want to see Indy in his prime again. I mean,
very funny, Whoopa.
Whoopa.
It's so savage.
I mean, we don't mind seeing the older Indiana Jones, but in some ways, we already had that closure with Crystal Skull.
Yes,
we do.
After that. No, we really didn't. We really did not.
And we already got closure of an older Indiana Jones in the Indiana Jones Chronicles.
Right.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't care much for the plot at all in Crystal Skull, the movie overall is still fun. I still find it fun. I could go back and watch it again. There's things I like about it. Yeah.
But the thing is, they edited out the old man now, the old Indy.
Right.
Which is a shame because,
right.
It was a perfect bookend type of thing where he's recounting his adventures. And you could see that. I mean,
But Harrison Ford wanted to do one more, so
Well, he did guest star the one time.
As Indy.
Yep. So, as that goes, and if they put a game out where you do have that older Indy, that'd be great. But this is throwing Indy. This is our opportunity to have Indy how we know and love him. And more importantly, be him. And this is almost like looking like the sequel that we've always wanted to have.
Right.
And we have this article on the Bethesda website. It's by Ann Lewis. Yes, I was going to make a RoboCop joke there, but
I gotta play that game. I gotta play that game now that I got it.
Oh, I thought that article we just read from Game Informer was good, but that guy is also the same person who had to change some words to explain some homeless people in RoboCop, and people gave him so much crap in the comments for it. Yeah.
So you mean bums and hobos?
Yeah, he said something else. People were like, "Why are you using that word? Like, we know they're homeless people, so just say they're homeless people or something." It's once again, play stupid word games, win stupid word prizes or whatever.
Yeah,
or win stupid prizes. Yeah.
So the article says Indiana Jones and the Great Circle gameplay reveal. This was also posted on the 18th. Become the legendary archaeologist in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, the new first-person action-adventure game from Machine Games in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games and executive produced by Todd Howard.
Dun, 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 dun.
And we will take a look at the trailer. Don't worry. And you know what? I'm not even worried about the music. I know what's going to happen, but I'm going to play.
You can do one or two things. You could just, if you want to, you can pause it for the 10 seconds, or you can just do it like other people do. They just do it like a slideshow. So it seems like you're right. It seems like YouTube doesn't seem to have a problem with the slideshow. So
I know, but I also want people to hear the dialogue that's in the trailer too, so they know what they're getting into.
All right.
So it says the official reveal of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was debuted during the January developer direct with over 13 minutes of gameplay footage and developer insights. It says the new journey starring the legendary archaeologist comes from the award-winning team at Machine Games, the minds behind Wolfenstein: The New Order and Wolfenstein Colossus, in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games and executive produced by Bethesda Game Studios' Todd Howard. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is coming later this year to Xbox Series XS and PC and will be available day one on Game Pass. And again, like I already said, I'm going to be playing it through Game Pass.
Me too.
Yep. Me 3.
Check out the full announce from the developer direct and get more insights from the team at Machine Games below. We're not actually going to take a look at their announcement. We're actually going to just take a look at the actual game trailer.
Look at that. That's amazing.
Set between Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a first-person single-player adventure that will take you all over the world, uncovering clues and solving an ancient mystery. Become the adventurer in a race against sinister forces. Your journeys will take you from the hallowed halls of the Vatican and the arid deserts of Egypt to the lush and sunken temples of, I'm going to try it this time, Sukhothai, and the frigid peaks of the Himalayas. Our game is about putting you in the shoes of the iconic heroes, says designer-director Jens Anderson. Since we are doing this mostly in first person, you have the chance to truly become indie. First person makes you part of this world, allowing you to explore and experience things more intimately. What will you do when you're dropped into this adventure with your wits or your whip? I don't know. I might use a combination of both.
Well, that was indie. He did both.
Yeah.
He switched it up when necessary.
Not
always successful, but he did.
No. The world of Indiana Jones is a world of mysteries around every corner, where you're racing against the clock and outsmarting your enemies as you hunt down artifacts. From their approach to crafting unique and believable stories and characters to their over-the-top and unforgettable set pieces, Machine Games is the perfect studio to bring Indiana Jones to modern gaming.
Look at that image. I mean, you can even see the scar on his chin.
Yeah. They made sure to put that in there.
That is just, I'm sorry. I look at that going, holy cow, when is this film coming out? Oh, that's right, it's a game. I get to live the movie.
Yes.
It says it's like two pieces of a puzzle just fit so well together. It says senior animator Rebecca Elfstorn-Hayden. We have big, sometimes crazy ideas that seem insane on paper, but they mesh really well with the franchise. You've got this amazing adventure that digs into the heart of the character and shines a light on all things that made people fall in love with him in the first place. And then you got these big, complex set pieces that just fit really well in there. Our DNA and the pillars of Indiana Jones just came together so naturally. It says, and the team can't wait for the world to see more of what they've been working on. Everyone at Machine Games has their own reason for why indie is so important to them. It's the feeling of taking part in a great adventure and memories of growing up watching the movies with their families. For some, it's even been about passing that love and those moments down to their own kids.
Right.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of Indiana Jones fans at Machine Games. Most of us grew up with Indy and fell in love with the movies and the character when we were young. Same here.
Yeah.
We've just got these ties to the character that go back to decades, agrees game director Jörg Gofflassen.
Bless
But
you.
even I know that is a mouthful. But even if you didn't grow up with Indiana Jones, you know Indiana Jones. He's a relatable type of hero and a true adventurer. That's a legacy we want to share and be part of. And we want to build something interesting and genuine.
Mhm.
So even they're saying, yeah, we want to make sure that this is authentic to the world that you're used to.
Right. They better mean it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the trailer, and let me just pull it up on YouTube. Go ahead and pause it real quick before it actually starts playing.
Mm-hmm.
So
And,
let's go ahead and
we
share
will
this
see,
tab
of course,
instead.
we will also see the Todd Howard Amsterdam as well in this. So,
Mm-hmm. And here we go.
dum-ba-dum.
And let me know if you guys can hear the sound.
Yep, I hear it.
Let me tell you what you are missing, Dr. Jones. While you were playing your pointless game, I was playing you. You're wondering if maybe...
I mean, let's go back. I mean, look at this. Look at the textures, and
Yep.
you know, showing that he is actually out in there, getting sunburned, and it's showing. And you got the cuts on his knuckles, and that's a lot of good detail.
The veins. There. You see the veins in the hand. Yeah.
Yes.
The phlebotomist would
maybe
love
you
this.
should have
Yeah.
built yourself a life of meaning.
And look, even he's got sweat dripping from his forehead.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how he got that bandage on his nose.
Right.
Instead of ending up here, dead and forgotten in the sense of Africa.
I mean, you could see this as a live action Indiana Jones film.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the look on his face. The look on his face. It's like, oh, that's Indy. That's Indy.
It
right
is,
there.
Mm-hmm. Even though he's got a black eye, he's like, you pompous.
Just like great lines. It belongs in a museum. So do you.
Yep, that's Indy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then,
I mean, look at that.
I know.
Yeah, the light, everything. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And they even got the font for the credits and.
Myths. History.
I mean, when Troy Baker says history, that sounded like Harrison Ford.
Just different ways to interpret the past.
Yeah, that's all.
And this villain, he's played by Tony Todd, because you can even see a little bit of Tony Todd's face. And
well, I was going to say he looked like Tony Todd. I didn't, but I should have guessed he was playing the bad guy.
Yeah, I don't like soft ass shit. Oh, you don't, do you? You guys remember that? That's line from The Rock. Right? I don't like soft ass shit.
Thousands of years of humanity's thoughts and beliefs, scattered and buried, just waiting.
And before anybody says, "Oh, this is just a rip off of Tomb Raider," no, Tomb Raider was inspired by Indiana Jones, so it's just going full circle.
So was Uncharted. Yep.
Mhm.
And it became its own identity. Both of them did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, he's solving something. It's not somebody else. He's solving something there.
Mm-hmm.
To be found.
You can't just run away.
And I love seeing Marcus here.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It's great seeing him.
I mean, look at the likeness too. Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From your problems, Indiana.
Watch me.
Hold on, no,
That's what Mike's gonna do.
Out.
Like 30,000 times, he's gonna pick up that hammer and just start throwing it at people. Or he's gonna be like, "It's time to Rambo it, man."
No, it's time to indie it, Cash. Get it right.
Indie
it's time to indie.
In this case, it's indie it. Yeah.
It all works, but I guess.
I mean, I know I'm geeking out. I know there's going to be people trashing this game left and right, but if this gameplay looks as good as the trailer makes it, and plays as good as the trailer, makes it seem like it plays, then again, like I said before, I could get lost in this game for hours.
Yep.
In hours. Yeah. I mean, again, you're living a movie, which a lot of people were saying at one time. This is what our entertainment experience is. Well, the closer we are living in that movie, if this is how we're going to get our entertainment, a good game like this.
You're breaking up a little bit, brother.
Breaking up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
But yeah, the immersion. This is going to be great.
Mm-hmm. And now, come on, how satisfying is that going to be when you're playing?
The Wilhelm scream, yeah.
Wilhelm.
Yeah, I mean, they remember it. Jar Jar and Ruin Johnson didn't. It's like, no, we're not gonna. It's like, no, that's part of the.
Hello, Tim. We'll have
Tim.
to talk soon, man. I hope you're well, though.
The nuances that I remember.
Throughout history, mankind has built sites of great spiritual significance.
And again, look at this shot.
Yeah.
It's like you're watching an Indiana film directed by Steven Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you get a perfectly aligned.
And does that not look like Harrison Ford or what?
Yeah,
it does.
Looks beautiful.
Circle.
Wonderful.
I've just paused it because of the music.
Yep.
That's going to be my favorite part.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun.
Doesn't that music just warm you up a little bit?
Well, the cool thing is that this person who's doing the composing of this was inspired, of course, by John Williams. Well, why not?
Yeah.
He is one of the greatest. So.
Well, yeah, you're doing an indie movie. It's going to have a certain sound, even with the music. Don't mess around with it. You got to have that march.
Exactly.
The Raiders march, they call it.
Yep.
Even in Jedi Survivor, they made sure that the music sounded like something that John Williams himself would have scored.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not apologizing. That's going to be satisfying.
Had run-ins with these guys before. Trust me.
Trust me.
It ain't a walk in the park.
And then this is Gino.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Let's see if you can keep up.
What do you mean if I can keep up?
There's that banter.
Yeah,
There's that banter.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are just freaking out over that one line. I mean, I saw a comment from like the same person, like was at least 10 times or something about this and Hollywood and everything, and Disney's so much involved in this and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, dude,
yeah, well, maybe they're a little hands off on this one. I mean, we don't know. But the thing is this is the same banter you got with his other iconic character, Han Solo, between him and Leia. I mean,
oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
So
scruffy looking.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
scruffy looking nerf herder.
And that's just it. That's part of the charm. And yeah, he gets slammed by the women, but he gives it back. There's nothing demeaning to the character. There's nothing demeaning to the character at all with that. With what we just saw. This is indie. I heard that line. I go, "Oh, this is classic indie. That's what you expect to hear out of indie and who he's dealing with."
Right.
Mm-hmm. And they get to have fisticuffs with the big burly guy.
No, Whoopa, they did not. Those are two different franchises, but that is funny.
Well, you know what? It would have been probably great if they would have gotten Carrie Fisher to play one of the sidekicks in the film, one of the films. That
could have been interesting. Yeah, I mean the banter, especially when in Blues Brothers, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A Japanese Zero.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how many times I'm going to screw this part up.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything because I'm sure I will.
Patron of the fallen angels, protector of the Chukulimani.
And I love how they captured how Harrison Ford looks when Indy's solved a puzzle.
Yeah.
And figured something out.
The Great Circle.
Oh, God.
You have any idea how old that was?
That's Indy.
Mm-hmm.
That's Indy.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
You know it.
I'll be there.
Yeah, and people can rip on Game Pass all they want, but I'm going to say this. Yes, there is a lot of greed with these subscriptions services, but Game Pass just keeps adding stuff, and PlayStation Plus used to be pretty cool. They went up way in price. That's why I always tell people just do the 3 months. Just like Game Pass, do the 3 months. If you've still got games from PlayStation Plus to play, just do the 3 months. It's just worth. Don't do the year. I think it's a ripoff. That's just my opinion.
And you know what? Go ahead, call me a shill for getting excited for this game, but
oh no,
you have to have something to look forward to, and I'm looking forward to playing this game. If
you're a shill,
gameplay is actually as good as the trailer makes it look,
yes,
then again, I'm going to keep saying it. I can get lost in the game for hours on end.
Well, exactly, and
yep,
and that's the thing. It sounds so far like an indie film.
Yes,
even even with the last film, Dial of Destiny, there seemed to be something missing when you saw the trailers for it. It's like, something's just not really clicking right, or such. But this looks like a labor of love, and I just hope that that person we saw didn't influence enough to try to put identity politics into an era when Well, there was identity politics. Yeah, there was. It was with the National Socialists.
Mm-hmm.
And there was it's also with Imperial Japan, and that's the other thing that looks exciting. It's like, ooh, Imperial Japan, the other big baddie at that time.
Yes.
Wow. The only thing now we need to have the Italians in there and pretend it's Phil McCracken. That's but we might get that. We might get that. They're going to the Vatican.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we might have the trifecta of Axis powers in this game.
Yeah.
And I hope this is good. I hope it's as good as we're getting excited about, and I hope it inspires another game. I can tell you right now, you know what I'd love to have for a game is
what would you like to have, Baron?
I would like to have a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark, dealing with Belloc, and of course Belloc would have to survive. Survive it. And of course, you'd have to have the unique little twist of how he survives out of that, unlike he did with Raiders. And it'd be interesting to see what was the dynamic between these two characters, or why there's that history. What is that history? We didn't have that history with any other villains in the Indiana Jones franchise.
No.
There were, because Kunat Calafried, and that's the first time Indy faced them, and same thing with Julian Glover's part in Last Crusade. But there's history between those two. And I think there's a story that needs to be told.
Yeah, it could be like a prequel game with Belloc, a younger Belloc, and even a younger Indiana Jones. Like you could call it Young Indiana Jones or something.
Well, I mean, it could take place like 2 years beforehand. I mean, we don't know.
2 years. That wouldn't be bad. Yeah.
We don't know the time frame as to when the incident happened with Belloc prior to Raiders, happened before Raiders itself.
Right. I mean, have it after, of course, Temple of Doom, but before Raiders of the Lost Ark. So you're still in that era of classic indie. And this could be the big falling out that they had with each other, type of adventure. But and like I said, obviously Belloc would survive. You'd have to,
right?
For it to be consistent with Raiders,
right? And you have to be kind of inventive and make a fun, exciting way for him to survive. But and of course, even though he is a baddie, he's not the principal one, because that's the one would meet the final end at the end of the game, while Belloc laughs as he walks away. And Harrison Ford as Indy going, "You son of a,"
yeah. But I have a question for those watching on YouTube and those watching on Rumble. What do you all think about this game trailer? Does it get you excited for this game? Even though, in my opinion, I didn't care for Dial of Destiny after the first 15 to 20 minutes. Does this game capture your love for Indiana Jones in a proper way?
Right.
That's what I want to know from everybody.
I think what's helping in some ways is you didn't have all the bullshit that was leading up to Dial of Destiny, where you're hearing what they're going to do with Indy and all that in Dial of Destiny, which was souring, kind of souring people before the film came out. But I never really heard much about this game until now, and I think that helps the excitement. What little is said is better. It's the best.
And Whoopa says he didn't see any Pokemon in the trailer. Well, it's not Pokemon in the Great Circle.
It is to Whoopa.
India. Yeah, you know what? I can see Whoopa putting a fedora on his head and calling it Whoopa Troopa in the Great Circle. Indiana Whoopa. There we go. Indiana Whoopa.
Well, that'd be a great game. You're Indiana Jones. You got to catch them all.
but here's my question: how are you going to crack the whip, Whoopa? You don't have any arms and hands.
That's a good point.
He's got a mouth.
Yeah. So before we get into our next story, TGAP Steve is back with the continuation of Beverly Hills 414. So I'm just going to lower the music just a little bit, and we'll get back into the story.
Oh, whoa, there it is.
All right. Crypto didn't like being kidnapped, abducted, held ransom, or otherwise having his head stuck in a bag and being taken somewhere. Baron Orman was nicknamed him Aquaman for it. Being compared to the original male damsel in distress was annoying, but it had gotten him in numerous pairs of free underwear as joke gifts, so long as he didn't mind orange and green. Just sit back and relax, sugar, the fake Baron said, having noticed Crypto was starting to fidget and test the limits of how much movement he'd be allowed. Wait, Crypto knew that voice. Yeah, and why would Baron be calling Cash sugar?
Hey, sugar.
With one of those deep stomach-wrenching sighs, Crypto groaned. What do you want, Sally? There was only two possible people that would call him sugar, and Jace cursed more doing so. And Jace would curse more doing so, sorry. Sally? Why did it have to be Sally? Sally was like his exact opposite, where Crypto had never let a nickel out of his wallet without clutching tight. Sally spent money she never had. Usually she wound up spending somebody else's money in the process. Well, that could explain what was happening to his bank accounts. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, little brother, she said. You have no proof we're related, he shot back. I told you we have 5 of the same parents, and a DNA test ruins the mystery. Come on, just go on, Maury, and you'll find out whether or not you're related and who's the father.
5 of the same parents? Okay.
So, yeah. Well, you know, we all know Crypto was born in a lab.
That grown.
On the plus side, at least Sally wasn't a ninja of any variety. Crypto was still finding do-si-do cookie crumbs in his sock drawer, but she could be far worse. Baron was blissfully unaware of the pearl his compatriot Crypto was in. As he rode along with Crypto in Mike's Porsche, heading towards the the distant Historical Society Observatory and State Park. So why are we chasing down a bunch of lesbians again? Crypto prodded the man to check him out of his distracted thoughts, forcing Baron back to the here and now. I said not lesbians. Well, maybe not all of them are lesbians or aren't. They could be, but not vagina munchers. Vagina mancers are an ancient cable of all women witches.
Cabal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Cabal.
Whatever.
Peril and Cabal, yes. Anyways,
fine. You read the story.
No, go ahead. Go
ahead. Read the story. Go ahead. You think you can do it better than me? Read the story. Go ahead.
That's why I didn't correct him.
We're just happy to help, right? Shut up.
Go ahead and read the story, narrator.
Go ahead, man. Continue.
No. Please.
Go ahead.
Please. Continue on.
Go ahead.
No. Read the story, Cash.
Go ahead.
Okay, Baron, read the story.
Just a second here. Let me get my cheaters on properly. Then why don't you just call them witches? Baron blinked and then huffed. because then I'd have to specify they aren't Wiccans or just Goths, he said, as if to answer the obvious. So, what is it that has us rushing to some boring old museum? Crypto griped again, and Baron sighed. Isn't it obvious? With the golden comb of Sith, they can do something horrible. Horrible!
Horrible, oh no.
Evil!
Evil!
If I'm reading this right, what they can do is anything. From turning tap water into elixir that makes anyone who drinks it a 6-foot-tall, busty blonde, to turning men into neutered Ken dolls.
Neutered Ken.
Oh no!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
We call that cash. What's wrong with the busty blondes? Crypto asked. To which Baron laughed. Not just women, anyone into a busty blonde. And I don't imagine you buying enough bras for that change.
What?
Well, of course, he's part of the Cash is part of the Free the Tatas, burn the bra club. I mean, what kind of danger is Baron in that Ingrid and Astrid are trying to get Mike's help to rescue from him? And if you ask, can he tell you the color of their eyes? Eye color. How will Crypto get out of whatever money spending scheme his sister 3 times removed to the decimal place? Half.
Second decimal point.
Yeah, second
decimal. Thank you.
Right.
And will he still have a bank account after?
Nah.
Who is driving Mike's Porsche that Baron thinks is Crypto? And dare he drink the water, or dare he not cause bibs?
I'll read this last part.
Okay.
All right. All this and more as Beverly Hills 414 continues after these messages.
You see how it is there, Baron? He wants us to carry the weight and do most of the work, and then he'll come in at the end and put one item up on the shelf.
Well, I had to read
and go. I'm exhausted.
No, I'm not exhausted.
All this and more.
I'm still trying to figure out how Crypto has a sister that he's never heard of before, or supposedly heard of.
All this and more.
I don't know.
Because these people.
You tell us, Cash.
I don't know.
She's your sister 3 times removed by the second half decimal point.
You have a sister. Yeah.
No, you're not James Earl Jones. You're not Darth Vader. Sister. You have a sister.
Anyways, but it's just keeps getting crazier. I still, and the part about how Baron will always call me Aquaman, I'm like, huh?
I don't know.
Well,
why would I call you
it's the shenanigans of Beverly Hills 414.
It
courtesy of T-Gap Steve.
T-Cap. Yes.
Big Daddy T-Gap. Get it right. It's not T-Cap, Cash.
It's T-Cap.
T-Gap.
Only in your mind. That's right.
That's just what I have to deal with twice a week.
Well,
twice a week.
I'm behaving the day.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not talking about you, Baron. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Mr. Crypto here, the elitist.
Mr. Monet.
Definitely not an elitist. Never.
Never,
Mike.
Mr. Entitled.
What is some people call Mike? Oh yes, PACIFIC414. I'm still never gonna understand that, but yes.
411 information.
411111161.
Atlantic 353. According to
Atlantic
DJ Running G, that's my doppelganger.
Oh right, Atlantic 35.
Yeah. Pennsylvania 65. Whatever.
The funny thing is, though, always like I've never used crypto in my life. I never wanted to. Yes, so far.
So you say.
Yeah. Well,
how do we know you're telling the truth, Cash? I mean,
I would never lie.
A matter of fact, we may not even be talking to Cash at all. This could be the imposter.
Might be an AI. So. It might be some kind of AI.
You never know.
look how he played the game yesterday, the other day.
No.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
If that was him.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You know, you're very sinister in Among Us.
I know.
Yeah, you are. You make me cry.
Oh, well.
Yes, you made Baron cry. You killed him more than once in the game.
I never killed him once. Never.
Yeah.
You hear that, folks? You hear that?
But I haunted him. I haunted him
did.
and Mike. In fact, Mike off so many people that he looked like Pac-Man being followed by the ghosts.
He wanted a lot of revenge. I don't know. People who were by themselves, they just got killed. I don't know who did it.
Well, that's yeah.
Yeah, the way you kept talking, it's like, yeah, Cash is a killer. Give it yourself
I kept
up.
telling people it was Baron. So
Yeah,
one time I
knew
even
better.
said it was Kai, and I got her voted off. Then the next game she killed me. So
Yeah, well, I don't blame her.
She sought revenge too.
yes,
Just like when I was the killer in the game, I got my revenge.
yep.
Avenge
More than
me.
once.
Oh man. But remember, TCAP, Jennifer Lawrence is the strongest ever, and there was never any strong female before her. Never.
Remember, Jennifer Lawrence is the first Cashmoney007. She's the first Baron Orman Tagge, but she wasn't the first PACIFIC414. No way. I'm not giving her that credit.
I see how it is.
I didn't even want to see her latest movie. Didn't look.
Oh,
good.
she's got a latest.
There's some comedy,
some comedy movie where she goes on a date. It didn't look funny.
Oh, well, of course she's in it, and it flopped too. Well, I'm sure we'll find out when we get to the box office scores.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know
the
what?
box score. We should call it the box score.
Box score.
There's already been a program called the Box Score on PACIFIC414.
I know,
and it covered baseball.
I know, but I think we should use it for this too. I mean, it's
All
over.
right, fine. I'll allow it this one time.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Are we there yet?
You two are like a bunch of kids in the back. Are we there yet? We there yet? I gotta go to the bathroom. You should have gone before we left. Don't make me turn this car around, you two.
Yeah, you use that big gulp cup. Come on.
Here.
Big gulp
cup. Yeah.
Yeah, like the one you keep by your computer for these shows. You know?
Can't do that. Can't do that. Don't want to ever do a Cartman. I'm playing WoW too much, and I need my toilet right now in the same room. I was down in the basement. Yeah, he's getting really fat. Oh man.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the box office numbers for this.
Is it a little bit better
weekend
this week? I don't know.
No. No.
I doubt it.
Oh, you broke Mike.
You were serious on that, weren't you? You were serious on that because I'm looking at the numbers. I'm going, hell no.
Not really.
Mm-hmm. There's
Hell
one
no.
direction they're going, and it ain't up.
No.
Nope.
It's not even sideways.
So the top box office go-getter for this past weekend was the remake of Mean Girls. Why? Why did there need to be a remake of Mean Girls? A movie that came out 20 years ago.
I don't know. There had to be a musical for some reason. I don't know.
I didn't even know they were making that movie. I was so blissfully unaware. Thanks for destroying me.
Let's see. It's made 50 million domestically, 16 million internationally, for a worldwide total of 66 million. But why? I mean, why do there need to be remakes at all? All right,
I'm guessing
you
the
really
budget
think
wasn't
you can
that
top?
big. I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Depends on who's in it.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, like,
Tina Fey's in it again.
Tina Fey, yeah, like she was fine in the first one. She was also fine in one of the voices in Megamind. But other stuff that Tina Fey has done, I'm like, nah, I'm not interested in this.
No.
Let's see. Trying to find out what the budget for this one was.
He's trying.
And
it
it mentions the budget for the original Mean Girls, which was 17 million.
Yeah.
But so far, I'm not seeing. Let's see. No, so far I'm not finding the budget. Let me scroll down to some other sources just to see.
Maybe it's probably around 17 million or something. Maybe 20 million.
I don't know.
No, don't know. I don't see it being that low, to be honest.
No, especially I guess since it is also a musical. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus they're full of themselves, so.
Yeah. But I'm sure there was also some pandering that was not in the original. I am sure of that.
All right, I found some information.
Okay.
This one had a budget of 36 million before marketing.
Okay. So not so good. Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what the marketing was.
Right.
It was all the marketing because, like I said, I didn't know they're doing it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, right now it's made 66 million, so I guess you can classify it as a success.
I guess.
Yeah. Probably not the success they wanted. They're probably expecting a lot more.
Probably.
They're probably expecting fans of the original film to flock to the theater to see this remake.
I would just tell people watch the original.
Well, of course you would.
Yeah.
Because you're the Moonface assassin of Troy. That's
And of course, The Beekeeper has made 31 million domestically, 44 million internationally, for $75 million total worldwide. And I'll go ahead and see what the budget for that.
Yeah, my brother liked that movie a lot.
I'm interested in going to see it.
Yeah. I hear India banned that film. We can't have that. We can't have that. Too much look into our operation.
Let's see. Production budget for The Beekeeper is unknown.
Really?
Okay.
Sure wasn't that high.
We kind of hope.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would cost too much, but
No.
I could be wrong.
You never know.
Yeah.
It isn't Baron talking about needing to use the bathroom you have to worry about. It's when he tells you he doesn't need it.
Well, I already dropped that line once or twice on the show. I don't need to go to the bathroom anymore.
Parody movie called Nostalgia Bait, the movie. And all it is a bunch of callbacks to other movies.
Well, that's what a lot of those they are already. Those what the ones.
Right. I mean, they could have. Right. They could have just done it if they really wanted to, like a Mean Girls 2, and then you have the older people who are in, they're older now, of course, who are in high school, and then you have their kids and stuff. I mean, it's just, but no, they wanted to do like a. I don't know if this is considered a sequel. I don't think so. I think it's like a remake. I don't know, but then they turn into a musical. I don't know. I don't hear a lot of people talking about this movie.
What the hell is this shit with wanting to do musicals?
I don't know. Like, there has to be a story there. Like, look, something like Grease, yes, is a musical, but there's a story there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
same with Dreamgirls, The King and I, Dreamgirls. There's a story there.
Paint Your Wagon, The Music Man.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
Oh,
That's one of my sister's favorites.
Oklahoma. Just like, but there has to be a story there. I don't know. I just didn't ever see. I don't see something like Mean Girls needing to be a musical.
I don't know. I mean, they did that with Star Trek, of course. Look how great that was.
Yeah,
and I hear rumors that they're going to be doing it with Doctor Who. It's like
stupid. Like even right, and then of course with Star Trek they said, "Oh, we got the idea from Buffy," but did you understand? There's a story there besides the musical,
right? And Klingons doing K-pop.
Yeah, and Wonka has already made its budget back.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah,
I hear good things. My brother liked that movie too. So
and
so did
how many weeks?
Crit liked that also.
How many weeks was that? 37 days. So kind of a slow riser, but it got there. That's what's important.
Yeah.
And I will admit, I'm gonna go ahead and say it live here on stream.
Yes.
If you guys ever wanted to have a karaoke stream on the channel, you can, but don't expect me to sing.
Okay. We'll keep that.
Well, you can rap.
Unless you guys want your ears to bleed, and then I warned you.
He's just gonna sing his Starscream or something. It'll be fine. Oh, excuse me, Megatron, or Optimus. Yeah.
Singing a heavy metal song as Megatron.
Yes.
No. Megatron singing "We Don't Need Another Hero."
Yeah, I mean, is Doctor Who an example now of something that's actually dead? I know we talk about we don't want to say something's dead, but
it is.
It's got to be on horrible life support. I don't know.
It's like the Emperor on the Golden Throne. It's about to go.
All right. I'll do this just so you all will laugh. If we ever do have a karaoke stream edition of Pop Talk, I will sing one song, and it will be "We Don't Need Another Hero," and I'll do it as Megatron.
Okay.
We don't need another hero.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
We don't need you, Prime. I don't know how my voice is going to be afterwards, but and then of course, we have.
Well, if we do a karaoke stream, I will definitely sing probably some Green Day. Pat Wannabe, if he comes on, would sing some stuff because he did on Green Day. Yeah.
Oh, come on! Don't make me barf.
You don't like Green Day?
No.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I don't like those wieners. Why?
I'm just surprised you don't like some of their songs. What is it about Green Day that bothers you? I know they were.
I don't like the genre.
Okay.
I didn't like them before they started doing their
right. I got you.
But if Cash wants to sing Green Day, am I going to tell him, no, you can't sing Green Day?
Green Day or
it has to be the song that identifies them the most. Do you have the time to listen to me whine?
No, I like that. So you've never liked Green Day? Did you ever like Offspring, Baron? I like their first album. Oh, you've never? Okay. Well, who's like your favorite artist? I don't know if I've ever asked you that actually.
Oh God, I mean that's kind of hard because I.
Do you? Okay, well, let me throw out some bands. Do you like Zeppelin, Rush?
Zeppelin's okay.
Okay.
Rush is okay. Yeah. AC/DC.
ACD, is that one of your favorite bands? You would say?
You know what? Yeah, because when you're feeling down, when you're feeling down,
AC/DC
you slap it. You slap in an AC/DC song. It lifts you up. I mean,
no, agreed. I agree with that. Yes.
Hell's bells. Satan calling to me. Hell's bells. You're about to die.
He did. Well, the original song writer or the original singer, of
Bon
course,
Scott.
he had Bon Scott.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he had drug problems, but he was the best AC/DC singer. Just such a great classic voice he had.
Well, yeah. When he did "Long Way to the Top" and "Highway to Hell," I mean,
Yep.
You knew it. It had that sound. And and Brian Johnson, I like him. I don't think he's.
Yeah, no, he just hurt his voice a lot, unfortunately, because when you sing like that for so many years, yeah.
Great song, though.
Yeah.
And of course, the Padawanabe's ears perked up here at karaoke.
And of course, there's Kenny Rogers. I like Kenny Rogers. I like
he has a good
Trio.
voice.
Yeah, Kingston Trio, the new Christian Minstrels. I mean, my music. Louis Armstrong and Cab Calloway. I mean, my music.
Oh yeah, Cab Calloway is great. Yeah,
my music taste is eclectic, but I never got into that Nirvana.
You never.
Green
Okay,
Day, whining, grinding bullshit.
You didn't like Nirvana. Oh, that's too bad.
No, even though I think Weird Al's
his parody,
Poking Fun. Yeah, even though I think that is one of the best out there, and I can appreciate what it was, I still didn't like Nirvana.
Oh, you didn't like Nirvana? Okay.
And real quick, I want to say hello to Jester over on Rumble. Good to see you, Jester.
Hi, Jester.
Yeah, no. Yeah. What about the '80s music? Do you like a lot of the one-hit?
Oh yeah, I mean,
'80s, nice.
Yeah, I mean, classic Van Halen.
Oh yeah,
and,
great. Yeah.
The Rhythmics and for Phil Collins.
From Genesis. Yeah.
Yeah, Genesis. Yeah, and also by himself, solo.
Yeah.
Mike and the Mechanics. If you want to go with other people that were part of Genesis.
Yeah. What about the Cars or?
The Cars are okay. The Cars are okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What about Bon Jovi in the '80s?
Oh,
yeah, there was some Bon Jovi. Billy Joel.
Yeah. Through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
It's not bad. That's the song we'll have him sing.
Yeah,
if we decide to do a pop talk. Yeah.
Can you do this Megatron though?
That's right.
Let me try it real quick. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
There we go. It's either that or Grimlock. You know.
Yes, Grimlock. Hey, Grimlock. Yes.
All right, I'll say more than one song. I'll embarrass myself, but in a good way. In a fun way. It'll be a fun stream. It'll be a fun stream.
Yeah, if we do that, I'd probably sing also "Take on Me," which can be hard.
Oh yeah,
Take on me, take on me.
Yeah,
I could sing chorus.
I'd probably sing that Weird Al song that he did. Like it sounds like a Backstreet Boys one. That eBay song is pretty funny. Other stuff.
Our Yoda.
Yeah, Yoda. Yoda.
He puts on a great show live. Great show live. Yeah.
I've never seen
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, he puts on a really good show live. He had when he was doing his show, he was pretending to talk to Eminem. That was funny. It was just the way they set it up.
All right. I've even convinced myself. Do it. Have fun.
Ace of Base.
Isn't that what we're here to do? Have fun.
Yes.
And there was that one by Tapao. Tapao had that one song that I can't remember the name of. That was good. Of course, they took the name from Star Trek. No. Jimmy Gibson.
Star Trekking across the universe.
Yeah, there we go.
Never gonna give you up. Yeah.
Never gonna let you down.
Yeah. He made a comeback actually about 10 years ago or something. So
that's when everybody was Rickrolling. That's when
the Rickrolling. But he actually came out with a new album or something. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, really? White and Nerdy. There you go.
That's a funny song, but it's tough to sing. It's tough.
No. What Cash needs to see it is White and Chinny.
No, the greatest chin on Pop Talk ever.
Here's the Moody Blues. That's in there. One Nights in White Satin and
Yeah, that's true.
Johnny Cash. I love Johnny Cash.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love Johnny Cash too. Some
I
of
mean,
the
when
best
it comes
that.
to the music, it's really hard to
Mhm.
pin me down to, oh, this artist is, or
Yep.
this genre. It's like I
Yep.
love them all. It's like if they're, if we could, it's just hard. It's really
Yeah,
hard.
it is. I know.
I mean, I can understand people, having that. This is my favorite one ever type of thing, but it's more like, for me, it's just everything that they do good is great. It's like, and I don't care who it is. I mean, but like I said, I never got into grunge. I never got into grunge.
Yeah.
I didn't do enough gas.
And yes, for this karaoke stream, it will be an open panel, but the open panel rules won't apply because it's a karaoke stream. We're not going to be talking about, different articles. It's just going to be a fun karaoke stream.
Yeah, that could be fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way,
and it's going to make people either tune in or make them go, "Oh no, I'm staying far away from that. I'm not
this
touching
goes
that
for
10-foot
anybody.
pole."
Like a karaoke stream means you're going to sing the songs karaoke. It does not mean you're going to bring out your guitar and sing. That's not a karaoke stream. That's a music stream. I'm just being honest. That's not to put anyone down. I'm just saying karaoke is different than a music stream.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Select a karaoke song. You tell me what one you want to play, and then we'll share it on screen. So not only are you looking at the lyrics, but we're all looking at the lyrics.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, Duran Duran. There's another one.
Yeah, I like Duran Duran too. Yeah, View to a Kill, different songs. Yeah. Ordinary World.
Yeah, Ordinary. I love that song. That's a good song.
Girls on Film.
Song.
Yeah, Girls on Film.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I wish to God, I really do, that I was there when Duran Duran went to the Burger King in my town.
Oh,
nice. Grew up in. One of the local DJs used to work for the record companies, and his job was to, of course, promote and all that. And of course, Duran Duran, there were nobody at the time. There were nobody, but they were dressed up like Duran Duran, the big feathered hair and all that. And they go walking into the Burger King not too far from where my house was. And it's like, I would love to have been there, because at the time it's like, who the hell are these, fruitcakes or whatever?
Right.
And then you find out later that was Duran Duran. It's like, wow.
I mean, and we grew up, of course, differently with different music tastes. Like I grew up with bands like Garbage, Oasis. One of my friends said that band is garbage. I'm like, is it though? I mean, Garbage at least had passion and soul in it compared to where we are now. I even like some rap, but it's more like if it's about a story. I don't need to hear another song about some woman who was in a club and I was having sex with her and whatever.
Well, that's a story.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And to answer your question, Steve, no, I do not have virtual karaoke software. Unfortunately, I do not.
What you can do is just, the nice thing is on YouTube, they have this stuff set up. Yeah.
Yeah, I could just, select the song, make sure I put karaoke in the search.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they got a good selection, because
yeah, they do. They have a really good selection.
I'm sure they do, Baron. I mean, this is this is one of those ideas that just come spur of the moment. It's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, Mike's got to do Poker Face as Cartman.
Poker Face.
I won't.
Lady Gaga song.
I won't have a voice after that.
You never saw the episode where Cartman was doing that.
That song, of course, Turn the Page. That's a great song.
Yeah. Who did that?
I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
Hello to Alex Moore. Good to see you.
Hey, Alex Moore.
But see, Pop Talk is more than just, reading articles and, going, oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to really suck.
Guys, it's over. It's over.
I know. I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that all the time. We're always talking about the same articles over and over and over again.
People say it's over, but it's still not over. Doctor Who is still going on. I really hate the direction it's going. I was,
yeah,
I really do.
yeah. I mean,
compared to where it was.
Yeah, it's a death knell for the show, and it's going to have to be shelved. Doesn't mean it's going to be gone forever, because again, like I said, '89, you had that big gap until the movie in the '90s, and then of course 2005 when the series came back.
Yeah,
but so at least Doctor Who wasn't every decade, from the '60s on up. No, that's good at least.
I've never been the biggest Doctor Who fan, but it's like the Dalekses and the Daleks, and some of the other what was it, the Master, right? I'm
the Master.
Wasn't there a Master in Doctor Who? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the Master, originally played by the late great Roger Delgado.
I got that right.
And then there was a couple actors that played him in burnt up form. Jeffrey Beavers was one of them, and then Anthony Ainley took over, and he took over for in the '80s.
Okay.
And was with Tom Baker.
And even though I was a little kid, like my dad showed me like original Doctor Who. He's a big Whovian fan or whatever. Yeah, Whovian.
Yeah, Whovian. Yeah, Whovian. You got it right. You got it right.
And the Panda Wannabe says there's plenty of good karaoke content on YouTube.
Yeah.
Some people we know have been working their asses off these past couple of years for content. Yeah. Jedi Bill has a karaoke stream.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like he said, there's a lot of great karaoke content on YouTube. We will not be one of them.
Well, I mean, this is just when we decided to do this.
This is just to have fun. This is
just
to have fun.
I know.
When we decided to do this,
Well, I guess it's been decided, so now we're waiting.
It's decided that we're going to do it, but when are we going to do it?
When we're going to do it, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's for the 5 o'clock meeting.
Right.
Yeah, we'll discuss it. We'll discuss it after the show, and then I'll let everybody know on the Discord and also on the Twitch What.
Right, and this is how the meeting's going to sound. What the hell are you getting me into?
Lighten up, Baron.
Yeah, lighten up.
Yep. I just want to bring something up before we get into another story, since we brought up a Doctor Who. You want to hear one of the most moronic things someone was out there whining about?
Oh boy, can imagine. Really can't.
The fact that people are having a hard time pronouncing Fujigawa's name because of how it's spelled and all that. And they go, if he had no problem with Chiokoski and all and another one, then you shouldn't have a problem with Fujigawa. And it's like, well, one, it's different part of the world. We're used to seeing Chiokoski because we grew up with that, and even then, people still have a problem. People have a problem saying Duluth; they call it Duluth. So I mean, that's not a bad thing. People are not being mean that they're having a hard time, but you take a look at the spelling of his name. Is how the hell do you get Shooty out?
It's the same with different names. It's like that. Whatever, like we'll say, for example, what the developer says, whatever they say about how they pronounce the game, that's how I'm going to pronounce it.
Well, it's like when it came around to Star Wars, I always thought it was the Executor class that Darth Vader had, the Executor. And so did a lot of other people. It was not too long, a few years ago, that I found out it was Executor. It's like, oh, really? Because we never heard it said officially.
Well, I think we should all message that person and say, do you know what TDS stands for? Just to see what they say. See if they know.
But the thing is,
I was going to say, I know there's some words I have a hard time pronouncing, but once I hear it,
right,
then I know how it's pronounced.
Right, when you hear it, it's like it's like the Japanese.
It rings that bell. It rings that bell.
We have a hard time, and it's like I'm sure someone who comes up from Africa is going to have a hard time pronouncing some of the names up here and how it's spelled, because you know what? I've heard it, and you know something. It doesn't bother me because, again, you're talking about different part of the world, different ways names are. Get off your fucking high horse. People are not being insulting because they have a hard time pronouncing.
Right. Those names can be hard, and especially ones that even come from Africa. They can be very hard to pronounce.
Yeah, right.
They just can. It's not offensive. It's just they're hard to pronounce. Japanese names definitely are hard to pronounce. I mean, you have to work on this stuff. Yeah.
and I'm not insulting him at all. In fact, I think it's kind of a cool name, Shruti. It's like, wow, that's a good name. I mean, it's not a knock on the name or anything. It's just, again, when people are experiencing different cultures in different ways, they have to, get into the hang of how it's said.
Yes.
It's whether or not people take the effort to. So don't be a snotty little twat waffle.
No, they have to be.
Yeah. When I'm reading an article here on Pop Talk, I'm not mispronouncing it to be an asshole. I'm mispronouncing it because I don't know how it's supposed to be said.
They're tough. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't think any of us really. I mean, there might be a few times when we did because the person that we're talking about is a twat waffle and we're making fun of them. But but no, we don't intentionally go out and mock somebody's name or pronunciations or stuff like that. So again, get off your high horse. Whoever wrote that, it was like a tweet or whatever. It's like, oh, come on. You're just searching for stuff to bitch about people who have a heart.
Yes, they want to, and it's like, well, then I want you to pronounce this 3 times in a row.
Right.
You're just typing it. It's one thing, but you pronounce it. Go on a stream or whatever you have to do, or make a recording of it, and I want to hear you say it.
I mean, the first time I heard his name pronounced was off of Salty Traveling Sea, and I'm sure he wasn't being okay. He must know how this is, so now I know how to pronounce the name. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And hello to Dad Man Walking. Good to see you.
Hello.
So
get the keys back. Get the keys back from Mrs. Dadman. You shouldn't have to walk everywhere, especially in winter. It's cold.
So we had this article from Cosmic Book News, and it says Ghostbusters Frozen Empire inspired by 80s cartoon. The Spangler family returns to where it all started, the iconic New York City firehouse. This is by Will Harrigan. It was posted on Thursday. Starts off by saying it's learned the upcoming Ghostbusters Frozen Empire movie is in part inspired by the popular 1980s cartoon The Real Ghostbusters, which aired for 7 seasons and 140 episodes starting back in 1985 and airing until 1991.
That many? Wow. I mean, I watched it, but I didn't realize it was that many. Wow.
The flick is featured in the new issue of Empire magazine, where director Gil Keenan said Frozen Empire takes influence from The Real Ghostbusters with its wild, original, and weird as fuck villains.
Well, I mean...
I mean,
that's one way to put it.
Think back to the cartoon and how some of the ghosts look, and then you'd actually get the toys of the ghost.
Yeah. And I got
they had their eyes popping out, and
and I got spoiler alert for everyone. You got the same experience in the new Ghostbusters game.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
as you should.
Yeah, the weird as fuck villains. I mean, it's like, in fact, they even have the gear from the cartoon shows as it goes along that you can get as you go along in the movies. And it's like, well, hey, I mean, this guy already was going, how would Ivan Reitman do this? Which is a good way of thinking. And now getting inspiration off of, and let's face it, it's a great animated series. I don't care what it says. That real
Ghostbusters. It is. It's really good.
And the whole reason why it was called The Real Ghostbusters is because Funimation already had their Ghostbusters both in live action and the cartoon.
Yeah, they put the cartoon out and they're all pissy because they're coming to what the Ghostbusters Filmation was, and so they did The Real Ghostbusters. It's like, got you. With no monkey.
I do remember that fearsome flush. A friend of mine had the toy.
Oh, God.
It says those weird villains include the return of Slimer, the monster on the covers of the magazine, the sewer dragon, see below, and a mysterious horned beastie hiding in the mist as the death chill spreads across New York City. I mean, it's good that they're going to have Slimer in the movie.
Yeah. Why not?
Well, you have to have Slimer. And I never considered him a villain. And if they're going to be taking the page off of the TV show, then Slimer's just being an annoying pest around them.
Slimer is just misunderstood.
I mean,
he just
I'll
got
get back
hungry.
to this part of the article, but look at where the trap is. That's where they had the trap on the proton pack in the cartoon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It says people are going to be surprised. We wanted to bring that show's looseness and fearlessness to this movie, Keenan offered. I think it's going to surprise people just how big this film is. Co-writer and producer Jason Reitman, who directed Afterlife, also said John Hughes was an inspiration. Excuse me.
Of course.
And Wes Anderson. Not a bad.
I did not. I still do not. I'm still not happy, I should say, with Seth MacFarlane disrespecting John Hughes like that, saying he's in hell and stuff. Is that supposed to be funny? I just like really. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Seth MacFarlane can be a putz.
He can sometimes, yeah.
Unless there's a back joke that we don't know about by doubt.
Right, unless exactly, right. I've never heard anyone say that about John Hughes, but whatever. Yeah.
Molly Ringwald did sit back and say that she had a falling out a little bit with him because he made a movie with her specifically in mind to be the lead, and she turned it down. And I think she regrets it now.
Those things happen. We lost Mike. Well, Christy Alley, she turns down. Was it? After Wrath of Khan, she was in. I was like, well.
Well, the story goes. The story goes. It was her agent that frilled everything up, and she didn't realize it. And that agent got let go afterwards because she was big Trekkie.
Yeah, she should have been able to be in the next movie, maybe even at least 2.
But the thing is that the agent got on his high horse thinking that she was a hotter proper than she was at the time because she was still starting out, right?
Right.
And he thought, and I guess sabotaged her effort to come back as Savick, which got us Robin Curtis.
That's too bad.
And nothing against Robin Curtis or whatever, but I'm sorry, Savick is still Kirstie Alley.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
All the way across the board. So I mean, that was kind of the bad thing there. And I know that people want to try to dump on her, but it wasn't her that did it. And she made it known how much of a Star Trek fan she was when she was leading up to it. She used to say how she tried to put her fingers on her ears to try to make them look like Vulcan ears and such. So it's like, okay, you're geeking out, kid. You're geeking out.
Yeah.
Which is good. Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing's wrong with it. I mean, and she's been in some good movies too.
Yeah, and some bad ones,
Yeah, and some bad ones.
But yeah, she was.
But yeah, I would even tell people to watch her in that show. I don't know if you ever watched that show, any chance, at Veronica's Closet. I know it's been a number of years, but it was a funny show. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Silk Stockings. I think she was in that show.
Was she? Okay.
I think she was in a show, something like that. Yeah. It didn't last long. But, one thing I regret is when they were filming that movie, well, it was originally called Dairy Queens, but it was Drop Dead Gorgeous. They filmed part of that in the city I was living in at that time. And went downtown because it's a small town. And saw everything all filmed up, but we couldn't gain all that way, but couldn't get really too close to it. It's like, oh damn, I would love to have at least caught a glimpse of Kirstie because I had the biggest crush on her. I'm not gonna lie, and when she passed, it was kind of hard. It's like, no.
I know.
That's why I had a crush on her when she was "quote unquote" the fat actress. So it's like that. The only thing that bothered me is she was involved in Scientology. Anybody in Scientology out there? Sorry, not sorry. Okay. But yeah, it's. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they are going with the real Ghostbusters, because really the real Ghostbusters tried to be as loving and respectful to the movie as possible. You had great writers on the show, and of course, we bring them up all the time. J. Michael Zazinski, he was part of that team, which I think helped improve the quality, definitely. People like him. I think a few others of note wrote for that show also. I can't really think of their names at this time. But yeah, that was I just hated it when they started turning into Slimer in the real Ghostbusters or whatever.
Okay, so we're back to Ghostbusters. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course we are.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're talking about before Mike
Yes,
got kicked off
we
the
were.
internet
Yeah.
because they couldn't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth, and Mike is
I
the
don't-
light bearer.
Yeah. Right.
Are you the light
All right,
bearer?
but yeah, back to
I'm the
Ghostbusters.
extinguisher.
Yeah, I just once again, look, I just have no desire. Yeah, I have a friend who said, "Oh, 2016 was funny," and it's just when people say those things to me, I'm like, "Was it though?" And it's like, well, you haven't seen it, so okay, that's a fair point. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Crit showed me some clips, and I'm like, is this something I really want to watch, or have I ever cared? And once again, Baron, I have this thing about I don't really understand why we have to throw in the cheap writing. Oh, it's a poop joke. Oh, it's a queef joke. Oh, it's
Yeah.
this. Oh, we have twerking with this. Look, whatever people want to do, they want to twerk, they want to thing. I'm not canceling anybody. But dude, I think things like twerking is fucking stupid. That's just my opinion. I just think it's dumb. I really do. And I know people do it, and maybe they did it like they have a daughter, they were doing it as a joke. Okay, whatever. Once again, I'm not canceling anything, but I think twerking is so stupid. And if I'm writing something, man, I want to avoid poop jokes as much as possible, unless it's something like Dumb and Dumber. Okay, I get that.
Yeah,
like it
because
fits. Right.
Yeah, because it is dumb.
Right.
It is dumb.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be dumb, so it's like, okay, just
yeah,
sit down and enjoy the ride. But the thing is none of the cast members of 2016 grabbed me. In fact, there was more repulsing me away from seeing the movie. And there's the emergency message. We're going to be getting a mic site. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? We got to do this quickly. There we go. Sorry. I'm sorry. There we got that.
Sorry, so very sorry.
But with that though, is that you didn't have that in Ghostbusters or even Ghostbusters.
No, man, that's not what that was ever about. And just putting that in, it's just like I just think in some ways it's also insulting because once again, Ghostbusters was never about that.
No.
And putting fart jokes and stuff, it's just I don't know. Look, I've never watched 2016. I don't know if I ever want to sit down and watch it. I've only seen clips. I can't really say much about it because I've never seen it. It just looks like something I just don't think I ever want to watch.
No. And the thing is
watch it at your own discretion.
Right. Okay. And the original Ghostbusters had witty banter in it.
Yes, it did.
Right? And you had that great line. I've been slimed. It's like it's like hysterical. I mean, it's hysterical, which is one of the reasons why Slimer got so popular too.
Right.
Yes. And I do apologize about that, everybody. I lost internet connection there for a little while.
Yeah, we're making it known that they're trying to silence the light bearer of truth. You.
Yep.
Did you guys finish the article?
No, the article went away.
The article went away. Yeah, we're just talking.
Okay.
We're just kind of just talking about Ghostbusters and a little bit about Kirstie Alley because
yes,
it's Kirstie Alley.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to assume anything just in case you guys did, because how I keep the links to the articles in the description.
Right.
Yeah.
Just in case something like that does happen.
I figure you'd be coming back soon enough, so we're just having some friendly banter and just talking about what it takes for Ghostbusters to be Ghostbusters. It's not poop fart jokes and queef jokes and I'm fat jokes.
Right. Yeah.
And
You could have a whole female cast, but once again, you need to understand what Ghostbusters is. Go and watch the 80s cartoon or go watch the original movies and then say, oh, okay, so we need this banter and we need this. I don't know if 2016 really
even play the 2009 game.
Ooh.
Yes. I just you already have like the material there, so go just look at it, But once again, as I've said before, you don't want to use the source material, then go out of your way to actually make something interesting and entertaining. Just work on it. And if it fails, that's fine, but maybe something else will come out of it. But Hollywood is so afraid that it's like, oh, remakes, remasters, this, that, the other. And a lot of the industry is like that. And it's like some of it's fine. It's like, no, this is just lazy.
No, you're ignorant. You're ignorant.
Right.
No, the one thing though, I have to sit back and say that really bothered me with the real Ghostbusters was them after that first season taking Lorenzo Music off, playing Vinkman, because Bill Murray had a big problem with his character sounding like Garfield, which of course, Lorenzo Music played as well. And then of course what happens later? Bill Murray plays Garfield in a movie. It's like,
how ironic.
Yeah. I thought
well, I hear some things about Bill Murray that he can be an ass, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Yeah. He can be an
and
ass.
I do want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G. And he mentions about the 2009 game that it's available for Switch as well.
Ooh.
So in the article, as it continues, it says John Hughes was a big touchstone, said Reitman. That thing of a family in a station wagon living in a crumbling home, the teenagers kicking back against their parents, Finn Wolfhard's Trevor 18 now, so he's like, I'm an adult. He added, we wanted the Royal Tenenbaums thing of a family living on top of each other, but in the Ghostbusters firehouse. We see the firehouse way more than in any other previous Ghostbusters film. What's it like to sleep there? Do laundry there? What's the attic like?
Well, it's great because that is as much of a character as anything else in the movie.
Just like the Ecto-1. That's a character in itself.
Right.
And it says Winston is wealthy. The issue also reveals details about the OGs. Winston's a wealthy guy now, and he's funding research into new technology and the science behind ghostbusting. Hudson revealed, when the world is threatened, who you going to call? He suits up with the rest of them. Ray's been retired, explained Aykroyd. He's got fitness problems, insurance problems. Winston's the shock collar now, and he decides Ray should step back from the ghostbusting front line and just be an advisor. Ray does not like this. Gozer's gone, but there's an equally terrible threat emerging from Queens by the way of the Indus Valley, and Ray wants to be out there driving the Cadillac. Well, who wouldn't want to drive that Cadillac?
Right.
It says Bill Murray had always been hesitant about coming back to Ghostbusters, and for good reason. His bar of greatness is very high, admitted Jason Reitman, but he loves Gil and has history with him on 2008's City of Ember, so there was no question he'd be here for Frozen Empire.
Which is good.
Not a day went by when I didn't ask myself, how would Ivan handle this? I know this was in another article that we read too, but I'm just going to go ahead and read this whole article just in case they have any other tidbits that are a little different from that previous article we've already read.
And I think we need to expound on that again because it's a very important part that we respect so much about them.
But how would Ivan handle this? See, that's a plus right there. We even said it the other day when we read that article where we read the same quote. You want to respect those who made the films before and try to put yourself in their shoes. How would they have gone about filming this scene? I wanted that same approach to character comedy and scares he had on the first two Ghostbusters. This one feels more connected to those movies than Afterlife was. Well, Afterlife, let's face it, Afterlife was a setup to introduce you to these new characters while also paying respect to characters who are already established.
How it should be. It's like Ghostbusters Extreme.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's great to see Annie Potts, Ernie Hudson, Dan Aykroyd, and Bill Murray here on the cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it says, what is Ghostbusters Frozen Empire about? In Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, the Spengler family returns to where it all started, the iconic New York City firehouse, to team up with the original Ghostbusters who've developed, excuse me, who developed a top secret research lab to take busting ghosts to the next level. But when the discovery of an ancient artifact unleashes an evil force, Ghostbusters new and old must join forces to protect their home and save the world from a second ice age. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire stars Paul Rudd, Carrie Coon, Finn Wolfhard, McKenna Grace, Kumail Giannani, Patton Oswalt, which I've never liked Patton Oswalt. I didn't even like him in King of Queens.
I thought that was the best thing he's done, to be honest with you. Yeah, you know what? When you talk about arrogant pricks in Hollywood, there's one for you.
Yeah. Celeste O'Connor, Logan Kim, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, and Annie Potts. The film is directed by Gil Kennan and written by Jason Reitman and Kennan, based on the 1984 film Ghostbusters, and Ivan Reitman film written by Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis, produced by Reitman and Jason Blumenfeld, and executive produced by Dan Aykroyd, Joanne Paratano, Arnie Karp, Eric Wright, and Erica Mills. The film gets released March 22nd, 2024. I certainly will be there to watch it. It's one of the movies I'm looking forward to seeing this year, besides Doom Part 2.
Right. And and it's off the success of the previous one, where they were being loving to TJ.
I couldn't help but laugh.
Yeah, that bar that she worked in is haunted. There we go. But no, I mean, really, the success of the previous one and how it did try to be as honoring of the original team, that helps out so much. These are the things that make you excited, because you see that, again, we talk about track records. Okay, we got a good track record going here, and it sounds like everybody involved is excited about it, even Bill Murray. So that's a hopeful thing right there. So, and I want to again another spoiler alert, and some of these things is what's in this new game that came out for Ghostbusters. With Ernie Hudson's character being the financier in charge, Dan Aykroyd's characters across the street in the occult bookstore and being their researcher. Being both them being told, let the other ones go. You got more important things to do here. We can handle this now. But they're still there. They're still part of the story. They're still supplying what is necessary. So a lot of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they're not thrown to the wayside. It's like,
right,
okay, here's a brief appearance by characters, and then now they're gone throughout the rest of the movie.
Right. Yeah, it's not a cameo. They're integral to the story, and which this sounds like and it's believable because again, they're older now. They can't, they don't necessarily have the intestinal fortitude or the not intestinal fortitude, but the physically, able to keep up where the younger ones can, but they can still help guide, and that's what we want. We like to have the true honoring passing of the torch.
Yeah, and Dad Man says it right here. How often is it that we actually look forward to any movies coming out these days? This looks
Right.
great.
Yeah. So don't F it up, folks. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
everything
don't think they will. I mean, you still have
No.
Jason Reitman there.
Yeah, you still have Dan Aykroyd there.
Mhm.
So in many ways, this is his baby. I'm sure he probably was not happy how 2016 turned out, but there's only so much.
Even though he approved it.
Yeah, maybe it went to a different direction than he was expecting to do. Which happens. So yeah, they're hitting all the right notes. When they're sent back, how can we have basically what made 80 films great woven into this? Not just not just Reitman, but the others that contributed so much to that era, but yet not being conflicting, you might say.
Yeah. I mean, you watch any of the good 80s movies. I mean, one of my favorites was Adventures in Babysitting.
Oh, yeah. That was hysterical.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that was one of the ones that my sister and I liked renting from the video store quite often.
Mm-hmm. I was lucky enough to see it in the theater. I'm glad I did.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those, hey, it looks cute. Do we want to go see it? And you see it, it's like, yeah, this was well worth our $2, or $3 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could even remember my mom and dad laughing as they're watching it because it was just that kind of movie that the entire family could enjoy back then.
Right. It was silly. It was stupid in the right ways. Fun, exciting. Yeah, it hit all the buttons as it should.
And you know what, Pat Wannabe? I'm hoping there is some sort of line between Bankman and Slimer. Don't you do it, pal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that would be it. That would be the line. That'd be the line. You know it.
So we are shifting gears a little bit.
Get
into something a little bit more serious.
Okay.
And we are going to be talking about Alec Baldwin getting indicted again.
Oh, yeah.
So let me go ahead and share the link to the YouTube and Rumble sites.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
do we have our knives for skewering out and ready to go? Or acid wit?
Oh, well, we probably will be saying a few things after we read this article. And I'm just going to come out and say it. He should have been convicted the first time around.
Right. I was, yeah. I'll hold off a little bit until we get into the story.
Alec Baldwin indicted for involuntary manslaughter in fatal gunfire on film set. This comes from The Guardian. And it's by Sam Levin. It was posted on Friday. Grand jury in New Mexico charged the actor for a shooting on Rust set that killed cinematographer Halyna Hutchins.
And one to the director, too. We can't forget that.
Yeah. Oh.
The bullet went through her and hit him.
All right. Well, I don't want to have to register to read the story. It didn't do this to me yesterday.
Yeah, because you probably used your one-up. You probably used your one-up.
Yep. So let me just find the same story and...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's out there. You know it's out there.
Yeah, it's out there.
Did Bounty in the Comics have a story on that one?
Let me check them real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, if I just have to, copy the link and
Mm-hmm.
put it in there and take out the Guardian link after the show, I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking. I wouldn't see why they wouldn't have it in there.
Yeah, because I know certain people out there wouldn't want this story out there, but Bounty in the Comics would not be one of those.
It's not on their front page. Let me check their celebrities section.
Yeah, celebrities.
No,
I think Cash fell asleep.
no.
Oh yeah,
I'm here.
I'm surprised they don't have it. Well,
me too.
What's the problem with the Guardian story then?
Yeah, you have to subscribe.
Oh,
yeah,
one of those.
you have
things.
to register in order to read the article, and I already
Of
used
course.
my allotment.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I might be able to find it on my local news. I'll check in a second.
Oh, that's right, because you're in Hollywood. It's the great film producer, money bin owner, Cashmoney, hobnobbing with the elites.
Right.
But okay, well, but I'll just say, just to keep things going here, just say a little bit what I was going to say before, just a quickie. But I was so disappointed in New Mexico. I would have thought that they would have nailed his balls to the table, because they don't need this to ruin the New Mexico.
There
film.
we go. I found it.
You got it? Okay.
All right.
So I'll just shut up and I'll continue on later with that. Now that Cashmoney came and is the hero.
Well,
all right.
Cash, he is.
You'll need to.
Yes.
But
I'm putting in the. Chat.
Okay. So I'm gonna get rid of this one.
Bye.
It also has a video on there, but you guys can just turn it off.
I'm not gonna play any of the audio from the video. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
we want to hear our voices. We need our voices heard. Damn it!
Quality actor.
Everybody should have their voices heard.
Considering this is a man who would go out and say, "Oh, did you know what the police did? Police shot this guy. What is it like to shoot somebody?" It's like, well, you would know, wouldn't you, you jackass?
Yeah, that tweet came back, and
I'm sure it did. I know, right?
They were all over him on that one. He was just being lambasted for that tweet that he made a couple years before. So it's like, yeah, better be careful what you say. You're going out there being an arrogant prick. What goes around comes around. It can bite you.
This didn't even need to happen. That's the whole crazy.
No, well, that's
it never needed to happen. All you had to do was point the gun at something else, check it, and say, "Oh no, it looks like okay. Well, we got to check this again."
Even old man has said they never pointed it at the other actor when he did the stunt shows. They always pointed it away.
Yeah, you don't do that,
right?
I know that this thing actually happened, of course, with Brandon Lee, which was very tragic on the Crow. But this was never supposed to happen again. And then here we got stuck up Alec Baldwin. Really good actor, but as a person, he is
really good actor, but as a person, his personality stinks.
Yes,
he's fine.
Yes, he is. I agree.
I mean, I don't even have to qualify it as allegedly. He is slime.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this is by Morgan Lee on Eyewitness News, ABC.com, ABC7.com, and it was posted yesterday on their site. It says a grand jury indicted Alec Baldwin on Friday on an involuntary manslaughter charge in a 2021 fatal shooting during a rehearsal on a movie set in New Mexico, reviving a dormant case against the A-list actor. I don't care if he is A-list.
Exactly.
I don't think he's even A-list no more, to be honest with you.
I don't think he's gonna get those big roles anymore like he used to. And this is one of those productions that should have been shut down. There was already problems with this before this even happens with the crew. It should have been shut down. They should have just fix the problems and then start it up again, or just cancel it altogether.
Why were they
But
even
he's an
taking the
arrogant prick.
guns?
Right.
Why were they even taking the guns when they weren't shooting and just firing them off for target practice?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend of mine say, "Oh, well, you listen to that interview of Stephanopoulos." I said, "Oh, you mean that softball bullshit?" I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
And how he was playing that he was the victim. I'm the victim. I'm the victim. No.
And Stephanopoulos wasn't asking him tough questions. It was a softball bullshit.
Not.
Yeah.
Of course not. They're buddies and pals.
Mm-hmm.
Special prosecutors brought the case before a grand jury in Santa Fe this week, months after receiving a new analysis of the gun that was used. And I've been to Santa Fe. It's a beautiful area of New Mexico.
Oh, it is wonderful.
Baldwin, the lead actor and co-producer on the Western movie Rust, was pointing a gun at cinematographer Halyna Hutchins during a rehearsal on a movie set outside Santa Fe in October 2021 when the gun went off, killing her and wounding director Joel Souza. Baldwin has said he pulled back the hammer, not the trigger, and the gun fired. Again.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Look, I understand.
And also, if you're going to be using a firearm, check to see if it's loaded.
Look, I understand people blaming the armorer. Yes, it's her fault. And yes, she seems like it's one of these nutcases. But that's not... That doesn't mean that you point the gun at somebody. You need to still double check.
Right. He's been in enough of these films. He knows.
Yes, he's used guns. He used guns in Mission Impossible. I don't understand. This is ridiculous.
Well, in other films too. And the thing is how he's describing that pistol. I'm sorry, I own firearms. I own a 22 pistol version of what he was using in there. It doesn't do what he says it did.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
And anybody who also interviews him should ask him some tough questions. It's like, well, why did you fire this? Why didn't you end the production? I don't know. I didn't watch all that Stephanopoulos interview, but I just know from what I had heard, it just sounds like a bunch of softball questions. I don't know if Stephanopoulos actually asked him, why didn't you guys end the production of this movie before all this happened? I mean, just...
Well, yeah, and John Schneider, he went out there and he showed exactly how that pistol worked on a video.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's true.
I mean, there's a thing that trick shooters sometimes do, and there's no trigger in the pistol, so you can fan shoot it.
Yeah.
So so they can do that quick fan shoot, and they don't have to hold down the trigger.
Yes.
But again, that's a different thing. This would not be pertaining to this type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
So even when you sent back saying about the pistols, like, my God, anyone who has a rudimentary idea how a wheel gun like that works is but the thing is all these activists and such, they don't know what how things work or whatever. I mean, anytime they see something, they call an AR-15, even though someone's got a looper out there.
True, they do. Yes,
right, and they don't know how these things function or work, but because why should we do that? We're too busy fear mongering out there.
Right, exactly. It's lying and fear mongering. You sit down with these activists and say, look, instead of us yelling and screaming about this issue, I want to ask you guys a question. Would you actually use a gun? And especially, would you use a gun if you had to protect yourself? Well, I'd be very interested what their answer would be. I mean, I can take a guess, but if they want to say all guns are bad, I'm like, but you guys understand that if we have a situation where we actually let these politicians, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on, but you let these politicians take away your guns, you're taking away people's freedom. Because it's usually the people who are the gun owners who understand how to use guns, the citizens who are having them taken away.
Right.
My late father was a California Highway Patrol officer. and he was very responsible with his firearms. I couldn't even get close to him when he got home because he didn't want the gun going off. He always told me when I was younger, wait for me to put my belt away and my gun away, and then you can give me a hug.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But
because he didn't want the gun to accidentally go off.
I mean, it's like that one guy, that pusillanimous piece of shit writer, when he goes, I went out there and shot an AR-15. I was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, and the recoil almost knocked my arm out of joint. And it's like, there's hardly a recoil on one of those. How can you get post-traumatic stress disorder off of just you're shooting? It's like if you're getting post-traumatic stress disorder because you pulled the trigger and killed paper, a target shooting, what's wrong with you? And you must really be a soy boy if that thing almost wrenched your arm out of the socket.
Yep.
Again, these people,
right?
And
why?
That just sounds like someone making an excuse.
Yes.
Well, no, he's just going out there, and I tried to see, and doing that fake. I tried, and I suffered for it for you. It's like, really. But the funny thing is, sometimes you get these people that are so anti, and it's like, okay, let's go shooting, and then they turn into gun nuts because it's like, damn, target shooting's fun. It's like, yeah, you're getting it now.
Right. I hear it's a relaxation tactic as well. Like you actually can relax, just going to a shooting range or something like that. But people, it's not just guns; it's a lot of other things. People don't want to sit down and actually understand this.
They don't want to educate themselves.
No, they don't, and it's not.
Well, that's work.
Yeah, exactly. It's work. Let's just call it what it is. It's work, and they don't want to do that. So instead, they hear a report on the news and say, "Oh, it's like." We need to find out the facts.
It comes down to the other level. They don't want to have their little bubble burst either.
True.
They're afraid of having their little worldview destroyed.
Yes.
And it's like, well, that's very weak. Then how can you go out there and try to be someone saying that you're worldly when you don't want to, when you're so afraid of having that worldview that you made up destroyed?
Yeah.
Right.
You're not credible.
Hey, you want to know something else about my dad? Is even when he was cleaning his guns, I didn't want to be anywhere near him when he was doing it because I was always thinking, there still might be a bullet in the gun, and he would check the chamber to make sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And everything, once again, even the guns thing, it's like, oh, take away some guns. Okay, but what's going to happen is it's going to be the extreme. Now, if they said, okay, we're not going to allow these certain guns because they do this, okay, fine. But then you would think, okay, that's it. It's enough. It's not going to be because we know how this goes.
We know how it goes. We know that it's the responsible gun owners, the ones with the registered weapons, who are very responsible with their weapons,
right?
Who respect what they're using. It's the ones that obtain the guns illegally, on whatever market they obtain it on, or they steal it.
Yes, and so then they go, okay, we'll ban all these guns, and then it goes, well, you don't think that they can just get them in the back of a car, in a trunk? You don't think it's
let's not forget Fast and Furious. Thank you, President Obama. You made sure that you had a lot of these illegal guns come onto into the United States because you wanted to track to see how they flowed, which of course turned out to kill a bunch of agents. Great job. Great job. Don't blame me.
Yep.
So it goes on to say in this article, judges recently agreed to put on hold several civil lawsuits seeking compensation from Baldwin and producers of Rust after prosecutors said they would present charges to a grand jury. Plaintiffs in those suits include members of the film crew.
That should be.
Special prosecutors dismissed an involuntary manslaughter charge against Baldwin in April, saying they were informed the gun might have been modified before the shooting and malfunctioned. They later pivoted and began weighing whether to refile the charge against Baldwin after receiving a new analysis of the gun.
Yeah.
The analysis from experts in ballistics and forensics testing relied on replacement parts to reassemble the gun fired by Baldwin. After parts of the pistol were broken during testing by the FBI, the report examined the gun and markings. It left on a spent cartridge to conclude that the trigger had to have been pulled or depressed. Yeah, that's the only way it's going to fire.
Right.
And for that particular gun, that's the only way it's going to fire.
It's a single action pistol, not a double action like Dirty Harry has with the Smith and Wesson, where you can either fire it by pulling the hammer back or just squeezing the trigger without having the hammer pulled back. This is not one of those. You have to pull the hammer back all the way and then press the trigger. Do accidents happen? Yes. Can something happen? Yes. There can be a malfunction. But how he was describing it, no, that's bullshit.
Well, I mean, isn't those, of course, the whole thing? They're either you just make sure that there's blanks in these guns, and it's checked, and then everything should be fine.
You make sure it's not loaded too.
Right.
Well, yeah, across the board, it's like even more.
If you're gonna be firing a weapon, even on a movie set, you have to take responsibility. Unfortunately, Alec Baldwin did not take responsibility for his actions.
No, they went cheap on this production. They had problems before in the production, and they should have shut it down. And then when there were issues, and then either bring it back or, as I said before, cancel it completely. Right.
And let's not forget the golden rule. Let's not forget the most important golden rule when dealing with firearms. Never trust the safety. Never trust the safety. But the safety was on. They fail quite a bit. Never trust a safety.
No, you can't. You can't, and you're supposed to always have what? As far as I know, I don't know too much about this movie set stuff with the guns, but I'm guessing there should always just be blanks in there. You check the gun, even if the armor says, "Look, I know I want to trust you, but I'm going to check it myself." You fire it, and then if it feels like, you fire it at something. Well, we'll say I probably fire at something, and if it makes some damage, you're like, oh well, there's still real bullets in here, so we got to take these out. Yeah.
Well, you can tell the difference between some of the bullets,
right?
When you have the blanks and such. But again, that pistol should be checked by the armor. They should be tested by
the actor
who's performing. Even hell, if the director wants to get involved, to make absolute sure.
Yep. It's going to be interesting. Does that mean, after this has happened, that now there's going to be some kind of shield for the camera people or other people?
They do.
Okay.
They do have shields for them. They do have protections for them on these sets.
I would hope so.
That's nothing new. That's nothing new. But even then, when you're pointing directly at, it's still not a good thing. Again, never trust the safety, never trust a shield.
No, I agree. I agree with that. Both. Yes. I brought that up because as somebody was saying, there was a person he was so in the shot that he actually walked off the building and died. So they had to put a clause in there now that there has to be somebody else with the person, which is crazy to think, but he was so in the shot that he actually walked off a building and died. That's just that's crazy.
People do get lost, yeah.
So
says the analysis led by Lucian Hang of Forensic Science Services in Arizona stated that although Baldwin repeatedly denied pulling the trigger, given the test findings and the observations reported here, the trigger had to be pulled or depressed sufficiently to release the fully cocked or retracted hammer of the evidence revolver.
Now, another thing about these pistols, these single actions, You heard the saying, "Don't go don't go half cocked."
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, on these pistols, what you do is there's basically 2 clicks if you ever hear one of these pulled back. The first cock is kind of a neutral spot. You pull the trigger, it shouldn't move, but you can turn the cylinder because that's how you load the pistol.
Mhm.
And the saying, "Don't go half cocked," is sometimes people would just go to that first click and try to shoot and a gunfight and all that. And of course, what happens? Nothing happens.
Nothing
Then they're
happens,
shooting.
and they end up dead.
Exactly. So you have to pull it all the way back, click, click, and then you're able to fire the pistol. Because again, like to reiterate, that first cock is so you can have the cylinder in a neutral spot, for lack of a better word, so you can load the pistol up with the bullets.
Mhm. The weapons supervisor on the movie set, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, has pleaded not guilty to involuntary manslaughter and evidence tampering in the case. Her trial is scheduled to begin in February. Rust Assistant Director and Safety Coordinator David Halls pleaded no contest to unsafe handling of a firearm last March and received a suspended sentence of 6 months of probation. He agreed to cooperate in the investigation of the shooting.
Yeah, I bet he did.
I bet.
He's the smart one. He's the smart one.
Yeah.
An earlier FBI report on the agency's analysis of the gun found that, as is common with firearms of that design, it could go off without pulling the trigger if force was applied to an uncocked hammer, such as by dropping the weapon.
Yeah, it can. That's why you never. That's why you never tell someone to drop their weapon. You're supposed to put the weapon down.
Put the weapon down, right? Because it can go off, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly. Especially if the hammer is cocked.
Says here, the only way testers could get it to fire was by striking the gun with a mallet while the hammer was down and resting on the cartridge, or by pulling the trigger while it was fully cocked. The gun eventually broke during testing. The 2021 shooting resulted in a series of civil lawsuits, including wrongful death claims filed by members of Hutchins' family, centered on accusations that the defendant, that the defendants were lax with safety standards. Baldwin and other defendants have disputed those allegations, although it certainly seems evident because of what happened on the set. Not only did somebody lose their life on the set, but the director himself also suffered injuries because of it.
Right.
The Rust Movie Productions Company has paid $100,000 fine to state workplace safety regulators after a scathing narrative of failures in violation of standard industry protocols, including testimony that production managers took limited or no action to address 2 misfires on set before the fatal shooting. Again, they weren't taking responsibility.
Nope, they weren't. And remember, he wasn't just an actor.
The lack of care. He was
an executive producer on this as well. He wasn't just an actor on this production.
And forgive me, I have to do this. Oh, they had 2 incidences of pistols going on.
What the hell you say?
That should have been your first warning.
Right. That was a warning right there.
I say that in full mockery. I play it in full mockery of them. Not making light of the situation. No. Mocking them.
Yes. Yes, and we,
with those 2 incidences, the filming of the movie should have been shut down immediately.
Yep.
After the first time, they should have had a powwow with everybody going, okay, what we got going on here? And talking to the armorer. What the hell is going on?
This is a story that we need to make sure people never forget.
No.
Ever.
No. And Alec Baldwin needs to pay for this.
Yes, he does.
Because I'll guarantee you right now, if it was me that did this in my own house,
any of us,
right,
we'd already be in jail.
Yes.
we'd be in jail, right?
Yes.
You know, we would be serving time.
Yep.
It said the filming of Rust resumed last year in Montana under an agreement with the cinematographer's widower, Matthew Hutchinson's, that made him an executive producer.
Mm-hmm.
He should have bargained for the film to be canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And okay. So New Mexico ran you out of town, so you went to Montana. Okay, good. Okay.
No, but you know what? The state of New Mexico needs to throw the book at Alec Baldwin this time.
Yes,
they
failed to do it the first time. They failed to
Right.
do it the first time. They need to throw the book at him.
Yep.
Well,
He
you know,
needs
the
to
thing-
pay. Yes.
Well, the thing is Alec Baldwin didn't do himself any good with the interview. Of course, we'd like to talk about, but when he was acquitted, and it let him go the first time, and how he acted in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
No remorse, no nothing. Anyone who
No empathy, no sympathy for his
Right.
actions, no regrets.
Yeah, and yet
his actions.
he did before. He says, "Oh, I can't believe this has happened." He was devastated. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what is this? More of a show bullshit? I know.
He's an actor.
I know he is.
Right.
I know. I just if he showed more empathy and said, I want to help do something about this, like, he doesn't. It's just that's what makes him more of a prick. Just gonna call him what he is. That makes him more
you're
of a
being
prick.
nicer than what I'd call him, but
Well,
I
thought prick was a good word, but
well, I'd even go so far to say psychopath, because if you have
Right.
no empathy over what happened,
right,
and you're quick to try to blow everything off, you're a narcissistic psychopath.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You care way too much, and I'm sure this hurt the New Mexico film industry. I'm sure it did, especially with how he was acting afterwards. I think
it's something they depend on.
After him.
Yep.
Yeah. They do. I mean,
Right.
I've been to those movie sets.
Mm-hmm.
When I went down to visit my grandmother, she took me out there and showed me those sets. They're wonderful sets.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great movies are filmed down there. Redford and others that, even John Wayne in the day down there filming the movie. Yeah, it's not a big industry like Hollywood, but it's a favorite for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
One of the times I went out to New Mexico with my mom and sister, they were filming The Lone Ranger at the time. How do I know this? Because it was in their local paper, and when we were driving around and we're actually at a shopping center, there was a semi truck that said the Walt Disney Company.
Yeah. Da, 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 da. Yeah, when I was there the one time, Kenny Rogers was filming one of the Gambler movies.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
and when you're driving down I-25, you see the movie studios that they use.
Mm-hmm. And you had films like the Managua Beanfield War that was filmed there by Redford because he loved the area.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, also, going back to the Alamo with John Wayne. I mean, like I said, it's not as big as Hollywood, but it's still an important part.
Yeah.
And when he's going out afterwards, acting the way he is, I'm sure they hackled a lot of feathers. And boom, I think that's why they started going after him again. And they, what they should have done. It's like, this is no good for anybody.
No.
Time for you to pay.
Yeah.
He should be behind bars for
He
everything.
should. Mm-hmm. I don't know. What should he get? About a year behind bars?
Oh, more than a year. More than a year.
More. I say a year because I can see him getting out.
He needs to do hard time. He killed somebody.
I know.
Right.
Involuntary or not. He killed somebody.
Exactly.
Well, more importantly, let's go to the fact he was out there tampering shit.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Tampering with evidence.
Right there, he should be in jail.
Yeah.
They've now proven these things. They've proven what type of liar he is.
Yeah.
What filth he is. New Mexico, you brought back a little bit of my heart because, yeah, New Mexico has a soft spot for me because my family was down there. I was originally my family was gonna move down there too. We had land down in New Mexico, and we were gonna move down there. But my grandparents pulled the trigger. They went down there because we had land beside each other. My dad sold his share. I don't know why we didn't move down there. In some ways, it's a good thing because with people in my life that I have now. But I often wonder what would have been like to have grown up in New Mexico. Actually, our land was not too far away from Dean Stockwell's property that he had down there. So
there are quite a few celebrities who actually have residences out there in New Mexico.
And authors such as George R.R. Martin, he's down there with his floppy wieners. But yeah,
I'm gonna finish this book.
Yeah,
this time. Yeah, right. But I'm gonna take the money first.
I mean, it is no lie when they call it the land of enchantment. And I'll tell you right now, when you go visit, you don't want to go to the Albuquerque. You're gonna that's burnt scrotum, New Mexico. You want to go up to Taos or Santa Fe because that's where you have the nice weather.
My mom loved Taos, and she had always said if she had one more move left in her, she would have moved to New Mexico.
Right. You want to be up in the mountains because you get the drier heat, but the cooler breezes coming down from the mountains. My grandfather never had air conditioning in his house, and my grandmother, but they never had air conditioning. They'd open the windows up at night, let the cool come in, then they closed everything up. And when it started getting warm in the house, well, it was nighttime again. It's time to open the windows again. Boom.
Natural air conditioning.
Right. So, and yeah, they get snow. They get snow up there.
Yeah. I mean, our first trip out there, my mom, she's driving, and she felt real comfortable driving out there.
Yeah.
And she's all, hey, look, kids. I mean, even though we're no longer kids, she still called my sister and I kids. She's all, look, kids, snow. She's all, I could get used to it again. She says, I came from New York, so I could get used to it.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's funny is, my grandfather and grandmother moved down there. Well, they call it the land of enchantment, and it's deservingly so. My grandmother fell in love with the culture and everything down there, and the beauty, the Hispanic influences, the American Indian influences down there. She loved it all. My grandfather wanted to get away from the winters of Minnesota. So, what's the first thing that happened when they moved down there that winter? They had a snowstorm, and he had to go and shovel snow. What he was trying to escape from followed. Like, not so quick there, sir. We're going to have a little last talk here.
Well, what's funny is my mom would say she has the worst sense of direction. Yeah, when she would go to New Mexico, I'd say to her, you need me to navigate? Because I'd have the map and be able to tell her. She says, nope, I don't need you. It's like, okay, fine.
That's funny. When I had gone there, my sense of direction is all screwed up. I can't, I have a hard time trying to figure out which way is north and all that. And I'm usually pretty damn good at that. I'm a good navigator. But
well, the one thing she didn't like was, for their streets and the addresses, northeast, southeast, southwest, stuff like that. She didn't like that.
But they have such great names like Camino Lumbre. I mean, Camino Lumbre. It just rolls off the tongue, when you say that. It's like, ooh, what cool names. What cool names they have. And the governor of the palace, the governor's palace, which is the oldest government building in the United States. Which is, basically a museum now. It costs a ton of money to get in. But even that park, the park that's around there, you have the La Fonda Hotel and such, which is their fancier hotel. I mean, and they don't need the black eye of Alec Baldwin messing that shit up.
No,
they don't.
And one of the fast food restaurants we like going to get a green chili cheeseburger was
Ooh.
Blake's Lotta Burger.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. That was the one thing. Every time I went down there, my grandmother would take me places, but it was never like the authentic places. I finally just laid her the riot act. I said, I want the authentic stuff. I don't want
Mm-hmm.
the BS. Come on. I want to experience. I don't think she thought I was that type, but I did. And then she started taking me to the places that, that no one knew about really, that were, the locals would know, but they would never give out because last thing they needed was tourists coming in for those places. And it was wonderful.
One of the restaurants we went to was Rancho de Tamayo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. How good was it?
Mm-hmm.
It was so good. Everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they treat you right. They treat you right. I mean, you're not going to go away hungry.
Oh, no.
It's an insult to them if you go away hungry. It's like, our job is to feed you. We're going to feed you.
We went out one night to eat, and by the time all was said and done, we were all stuffed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Now I just want to go back to the hotel and sleep.
We used to stay at a place called the Thunderbird. It was a cute little motel. Mm-hmm. But it's not in the good part of town anymore, sadly. So
no.
But after a while, I didn't have to worry about it because I just stayed with my grandparents. So even better. Yeah. And the mountains behind the house. Oh, so beautiful to look at.
Yeah, we actually stayed at a Hyatt Regency our first time there. We've also stayed at a Hyatt Place. When we went out there, we stayed at a Hyatt Place by the airport, which was nice and convenient because it was in a good location.
You mean that little airport they got there? Because
it's a nice airport, though. Baron.
Yeah, it's a nice one, but it's not a major airport. Is in fact
no, it's not.
Yeah, no. In fact, it's I think the only state capital that doesn't have a major airport. You have to go down to Albuquerque. I've never flown into that airport. I've been to the airport, but I've never flown into it. Because there were some people that wanted to show off their planes when I went there the one time, and they were trying to sit back and say that this was the constellation that Eisenhower used as president, and whether or not it is a tall story or not, we don't know. But it was a beautiful plane to look at.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a beautiful area, and I would love to go out there for one specific reason: to spread part of my mother's ashes there.
Oh, yeah. Not a bad place. Not a bad place to do it.
And I know it would be something that she would want.
Mm-hmm. Just don't do it at White Sands. They don't like that.
No, they don't. They don't. And that's something that we never got to experience when we made our trips out there. But it was something that we looked at a few times, and then because other things would come up, or out of the blue, we'd go, "Oh, let's do this." Let's go to one of the Native American museums.
Oh yeah. They got a beautiful one down there, historical, cultural one. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, they got it all. They got conquistador armor in there, and all that. Basically all the errors. Yeah, of course. I had to critique them by saying, I got the armor on backwards on this guy. The straps go behind, not in front. Defeats the purpose.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly think that anybody who's never been to New Mexico and they want to go to New Mexico, check it out. It's a beautiful state.
Yeah. Now, if you're driving down there, I have fun going through the Raton Pass. That's white knuckle driving, no matter how you are. Even more so if you got a moving van.
Yep.
And it's like, look, on one side there's mountain, the other side nothing.
And T-Gab says, Jace, did you see my suggestion for 414 karaoke night for you?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's an absolute beautiful
Yeah.
state. And
Mm-hmm. It is. I mean, we still got property down there. It's like the wife and I talk about, well, maybe we should move down there sometime. And then, of course, then she remembers, oh, they got lizards. I don't like lizards. It's like they stay outside. They like sunning themselves. They'll leave you alone. They're cute, harmless.
You know, New Mexico was the one place where my mom said, I feel at home here. I feel like I belong here.
Right. There is something about Santa Fe and New Mexico and Taos and all that. Like I said, not so much Albuquerque because you're down from the mountains. It's hot down there, and it's just a shitty place. I'm sorry if you live in Albuquerque. I'm sorry, but it's it's true. But yeah, it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful.
I did like going to Old Town Albuquerque.
Oh yeah, that'd be the one thing. If you go to Albuquerque, that's the one place in their science museum.
Mm-hmm.
They have a great science museum, dinosaurs in there and everything, which of course my daughter loves. But yeah, the Old Town and that science museum, you can't go wrong. And the Atomic Museum, they got the Atomic Museum as well.
And they also have Wolf, which is another art museum. It's got different sculptures and different artist interpretations. And never went into it, but we did take some pictures of some of the sculptures they had outside of it.
Yeah, I've never been in there either. But yeah, that's the thing. Being that they're about Albuquerque is about an hour away from Santa Fe, stay in Santa Fe and make a day trip down to Albuquerque, and then get the hell out of town. That's the best I can say. But yeah, Old Town is fantastic. You can get lost in there for hours. You can spend the whole time in Old Town.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially walking into some of the older churches.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and you have to remember too. If you're a woman going in some of these old churches, you have to have your head covered, and the men have to have their heads uncovered, no hats or anything. I remember I was wearing a Panama hat the one time we came down there. We're going to go to one of the churches. So my dad, before we went in there, we were reading the sign about, women's heads should be covered out of respect, and men's heads should not be covered. So my dad took my Panama hat off and put it on my mom. Which is like, yeah, I wasn't taking the hat off anyways, but out of respect because I'm that type of guy. But that solved the problem right there. You got some age-old traditions.
I'm definitely sold on New Mexico from the travel channel of Baron and Mike.
You got to go. Plus, in New Mexico and Santa Fe, you have the oldest church in the United States.
I've been in it.
Yep. And then you have
I'll have to see if I can find the pictures I took.
And then you have the church that's down there in downtown that has the miracle staircase. It's a spiral.
I've been into that one too. Yep.
Yeah. No nails used. The only time that nails were added was afterwards when when people put an after railing on. But the thing is, they basically say it's a miracle. This guy came out of nowheres because the nuns were having a hard time going up and down the ladders and it was dangerous to get to the up above. So this guy came out of nowheres, built the thing, and then it went off. And they call it the miracle. So it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I'll have to look through my pictures. They're on a hard drive, and see if I can find pictures of that. Because I know I took the pictures. I just got to find them.
Oh, and the weather is good for if you're achy too. It's a good place to go. Trust me, it still goes in my mind going, when the time comes, maybe we should just reclaim that property back from being rental like we're doing and maybe just move down there.
Not a bad idea.
No, it's not. It's a very tempting one. And as my grandfather called it, Santa Fe or New Mexico, the land of mañana. Basically, you need something done, we'll get done mañana. He always joked about that. But the people are so nice down there.
They are.
The people are so nice.
genuinely nice. It's not fake nice.
No.
It's not like, oh, it's so great to see you. Great to have you here. Oh gosh, why don't you leave? You know, it's not that kind of attitude.
Right. As long as you're not a jerk. Right.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the important thing. You go down and you're.
I think that's universal. As long as you're not a jerk, people will treat you kindly. If you're a jerk, well then, you know, you get what you give.
Yeah, you take a genuine interest what's down there, and you want to know more than just the tourist trappy thing. You want to really get into and know what this is about. You're not being the quote unquote ugly American, because we can be ugly Americans in our own country because there's so many different cultures in this mixing bowl that we got. And how things are done. Just because something's done in Minnesota doesn't mean they do the same thing down there. They have a different way. And you got to be respectful. You got to catch on to that, and they just, are warm to you that way. So
now we do have a couple of articles that we will wrap up the show with.
Oh, just one last thing too. Fuck you, Alec Baldwin.
That's right.
Yeah,
what a piece of shit.
I gotta do that for New Mexico. I gotta do that for Mexico, and I'm glad you're gonna nail his ball. I hope they nail his ball.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
I hope they throw the book at him. Like I said, they should have done that the first time. They dropped the ball. And I do want to say hello to Phil McCracken.
Phil McCracken.
Hello, Philly boy.
Hey, and here we are. We're having a nice conversation about New Mexico. Why does he do Three Blind Mice?
Yeah, I know. What the hell?
That's Phil for you.
I bet she's never been to New Mexico. I bet she's hardly been out of Delaware.
I have no idea.
Except to go to Washington, D.C. to visit a good friend.
Yeah.
Hell.
So we had this article by Ryan Pearson. It was posted on the 18th. It says Final Fantasy VII Rebirth producer Yoshinori Kitase says he's a bit embarrassed by original game's portrayal of social problems, social issues, and cultural depictions. Yoshinori Kitase, producer of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is embarrassed how the original game he directed handled social issues and cultural depictions.
Okay.
Some of those who worked on Final Fantasy VII recently spoke to Game Informer's Brian Shea. Kitase was that game's director and writer alongside Kazushika Nojima. I'm trying here, folks. I'm trying.
We know. We appreciate you trying.
Based on the story by series creator Horinobu Sakaguchi and Tetsui Nomura, the team discussed how the game started Final Fantasy titles being created in the modern day. Well, individuals could throw in elements on a whim with Final Fantasy VI, and prior it would be Final Fantasy VIII that saw the team begin to use more rigid plans and compartmentalizing. Nomura explained how Final Fantasy VII was a mix between the two extremes, though people would sneak lines into the script without being noticed. Kitase adds that Nojima was the final reviewer of the game's story content, even though it was sort of an anything goes type of world then. Kitase also discussed how the game handled real-world issues back in 1997, Shea giving examples of corporate greed, environmentalism, and mental health. In Final Fantasy VII, we were able to depict these types of issues like the cycle of life through the concept of live stream. It says if we were to depict it exactly as we experienced it in the real world, it would not be very interesting with Nojima-san's ideas. We were able to have this centered on live stream and the planet within the worldview of Final Fantasy VII. In this way, I believe the game and its themes remain relevant and withstand the test of time, Kitase praised. Despite having just declared the game was standing the test of time, Kitase followed up with how he was disappointed with Final Fantasy VII considering the way to depict social problems and social issues and cultural depictions. In some ways, I'm a bit embarrassed by the original title. In its expression, in some ways, it was very young and naive in itself. That is a learning for us, but at the same time, I do believe that perhaps that is one of the reasons why it's so widely accepted. Kitase relents. It's not perfect. It's not kind of uneven and jagged. It's young and naive nature of its depiction. Of course, after more than 25 years, there is a lot of personal learning, changes, and growth. You know, none of us who were around 25 years ago are the same person that we were 25 years ago.
And we shouldn't be embarrassed by that.
No.
We should just be looking at the fact, okay, this is our growth. This is growing with us.
This also happened with Rare. They were like, "Oh, we can't make a game. This is just another example. We can't make a game like this anymore. Like Conker's Bad for a Day because it was so immature." And I'm like, "So who cares? Who
What's
cares?
wrong
You
with
think
immature?
if there wasn't a new Conker to come out, that people wouldn't go crazy?" And you followed up with, I think there's been two. There was one on Xbox that unfortunately never came out on either PC or PlayStation or whatever. But of course, Rare is owned by Microsoft now. It didn't used to be, but that might be something to do with it. But before, it's like, no. If somebody's like, "Oh, we're going to make a new Conquer Bad for a Day with the same kind of humor and this and that," I think people will go crazy. So, where is it? The best they could do is they had this building game and they had this kind of Conquer thing in there. It's like, this is not the same though.
Hey, I want to see a new Duke Nukem. The way it should be.
I would love to see that.
Not Duke Nukem forever.
No. There's just things about that game that was just, I don't know. It's just a mess. Too repetitive and stuff like that. And then there's also an achievement, the Forever. There's also an achievement where you grab something out of a toilet. I'm just like, I don't think that's necessary. I know Duke Nukem is, just
it's that crass sense of humor. And,
right. Well, it's a parody. Really, it's a parody. They're making fun of like the action films and stuff like that all the way across the board. It's a parody. It's fun. It's stupid, as it should be, right? So,
exactly, yeah. I don't mind. I mean, it's been immature to an extent, but it also gets kind of serious too. I mean, there needs to be a good balance usually between being serious and immature, or but it also depends how the game is set up. Like Conker's Bad for a Day is set up to be very immature. But when I read that from somebody from Rare about a year ago or longer, I was like, dude, I think you're looking at this wrong, because I think you bring out one of these games, people will go crazy. I mean, the reason Final Fantasy VII is like also a really good game is just all the content, the characters, the story. I mean, it's even gotten better now that it's been modded on PC.
So, the producer says he's a bit embarrassed. The offending elements within Final Fantasy VII weren't elaborated by Kitase, but can be speculated due to modern mainstream media typically being held under extreme scrutiny to avoid offense and political correctness. Square Enix is also familiar and accepting of this, as Final Fantasy VII Remake had Tifa Lockhart's chest tightened by the ethics department. The company later, it was.
That was a big deal for a lot of people, especially on the internet. And the media just started going after it. I'm like, I don't know, guys. I mean, her chest was like this, and then they said, well, she's this age and she's this, and I'm like, that shouldn't matter. People are just pointing out that you don't need to censor these things at all.
No,
but
no.
The company
Someone
later
else can do.
The company later explained the department's job was to ensure the game met expected age ratings in various nations and effectively acted like localization to avoid content that could be deemed discriminatory, prejudicial, or offensive in any nation right from the initial development in Japan.
If you're going to have a worldwide release,
exactly,
there's going to be somebody out there that's going to take offense because you can't shock the entire world.
No.
Again, it's the different worldviews. If you cannot handle a different worldview, stay away from the game.
Don't buy the game.
You can't please everybody.
Don't try to cancel the game. How did that go for stuff like Hogwarts Legacy? Because a number of people have a problem with J.K. Rowling. How did
didn't
that
go? It didn't go well at all. Well, for those who were protesting, because
for under Warner Brothers, massive.
Yes. Yeah, well, there were people that were going to buy it anyway. So what does it matter?
Of course.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I still have to finish the game.
I have to get the game.
I still need to. I have it, but I haven't started it yet.
Way Anna Moss was waving that wand, I tell you. But no, honestly, if you're going to be offended off the because something's coming in and it's made by a person from a different culture, and you don't, brush yourself up a little bit on how that culture is, and you think it's going to offend you, stay away from it. You don't need to play it. You don't need to go on some high and mighty crusade to protect all of us. And because we're playing, and doesn't mean we agree with it.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, Japanese RPG games in general were just they were just bashed by the Western media back in the day, and it was the people who actually bought the games. Not just the people who reviewed them, but they bought the games who went, oh my gosh, these are really good. That's why stuff like Final Fantasy VII is a lot of people love that game.
Right.
It's considered one of the best games in the series by many people, but they just bash these games, and so now it's like they feel like they I don't know, they deserve something in the game, and so when they get it, oh, I love these games now. I love them. It's just funny.
I mean, like I've said many times before, I played the NES Final Fantasy game, and then before playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I hadn't played a Final Fantasy game since the NES one. And I had a lot of fun. I'm having fun playing Crisis Core.
Yep.
And as I said, I am going to purchase Rebirth.
Well, you have a PS5, so why not?
Yeah.
It says, as first, the social problems would, I believe they meant at first. I mean, this is us too. We'll criticize Bounty in the comics when they make mistakes. As someone who does make grammar mistakes and spelling mistakes, I'll criticize because I even get mad at myself when I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're professionals, quote unquote.
Yeah. I know that people get paid for this. So.
Yeah, exactly.
The social problems would seem acceptable. The plot's pro-environmental, anti-capitalist, what the fuck is this word?
Let me blow this up.
Here, I'll increase the size.
Highlight.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Anti-capitalist, anti-oligarchy. Yeah. And self-expansion. Yeah. So, in other words, you're a bunch of commies. Okay.
I mean, I was gonna just say anti-oligarchy, but I was thinking that doesn't seem right. And anti-expansionist ideals should be approved by the typically left-leaning major gaming press and Media critics
You think?
says those seeking offense could wrongly assume the characters Barrett Wallace and the aforementioned Tifa were merely a racist stereotype and fan service, respectively. However, that would require extreme overreach of the definitions and ignoring both characters' rich story arcs.
Well, they do.
Yep.
They eat their own.
Yes.
They have to find something, even if it's something that is going to be catered to them. They still
Right.
have to eat their own.
Yep.
And it's not even worth it. And again, there's nothing wrong with stereotypes. It's how you do the stereotypes, right? Because we all have them.
Yes.
Every one of us.
Every one of us.
Yep.
And if we can't laugh at ourselves or appreciate that, and if it's done in the proper way, it's have fun. It's a game. It's a game.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that the point of playing a game? To have fun?
Right.
Yes. To go on an adventure, to get lost in it. Yep.
Right. And if there's the stereotype of having fun, poking a little fun at whatever, it's like, well, what's wrong with that? That's what humor is.
And it says Barrett may share some of the characteristics of other black characters found in 80s and 90s action media, short-tempered and boastful, for example, yet is a loving father who learns that his actions as a terrorist only hurt people more than his target of Shinra. Likewise, Tifa...
So, in other words, they're basing the character off of Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, I guess in a way it is. It's just
a little bit of Eddie Murphy. I would say also Danny Glover.
Barrett yells at Cloud and stuff. Like, he's probably even more so. He yells at Cloud in the remake, but it's just in a way, it is a stereotype, but it's also like there are people like this in real life too. So.
Richard Run. Again, what do? You base your stuff off of stuff that you know. Well, Eddie Murphy is basing things off of what he knew.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, what is it? It's the stereotype of what he grew up around.
Yep.
Yeah. And it says, likewise, Tifa is far from a bimbo, being caring and independent, even
she is
while under the burden of guilt. Tifa would be what those now would consider a strong female character. Because she is a strong female
But just
character.
imagine, though, that somebody who wrote an article on IGN said too much water for a Pokemon game, goes over to GameSpot, writes an article after this whole thing started blowing up on the remake about how a bra size works. Yes. Yeah. An article. And that got accepted. I mean...
And it even says here in the article, instead the scenes most likely to cause offense as the ones of a sexual nature and depictions of women. Tifa's large chest aside, Final Fantasy VII features a brothel, flirtatious and suggestive comments, and female characters slapping one another in a cat fight.
Yep.
Yeah,
and he has to infiltrate. Cloud is not what I would say is considered a gay person. He has to infiltrate this place because they only are going to allow women.
He's not even what I would consider your typical hero.
No.
And women getting in fights, slapping each other. Haven't they ever seen a cat fight? I have.
I'm talking
about for real. Yeah, for real. I'm sorry. That's what happens. Again, sometimes the stereotype matches.
Yep. It's just like the same people get mad about stuff like Persona 4 Golden, which a lot of people enjoy. And that they want this Kenji guy. They're like, the game does not allow him to be gay. The game does. I'm like, the gamer, why do you keep doing this to yourselves? You're just going to look like idiots. Like, you didn't make this game. You didn't make this. It's your obsession with wanting this in the game, and it has to be this way. And how dare the developers not allow this? It's just crazy.
Who says they're not allowing it? It's just not part of the story. I mean, we're not going to shoehorn something in there to be pandering.
No.
which pandering is another form of stereotyping.
It is. It definitely is. It definitely.
They don't want
And
to
not only
admit it,
that,
but
yeah. But the thing is, that's the demeaning stereotype
Yep.
that they do.
Do you really want to be demeaned? Nobody wants to be demeaned.
No. We're going to represent you because you're special.
I mean, I'll tell you guys this, like even stuff like Death Proof, I was like, yeah, the combat in this game, it feels a lot like BioShock, and that's cool. But this story, why am I supposed to care about this? Because these are two minority characters? Is that why? And if I don't care about it, there's something going to happen to me, whatever. But like, that's just unfortunately how these developers start making people feel. And they shouldn't. Right. Because other people start attacking. Oh, how could you like it's ridiculous. It's like, I don't care what the characters look like. I want an interesting story. We go back to stuff like Half-Life 2. There's a very interesting story about the government, about these aliens coming through this machine, how cool Gordon is. I mean, it's just Alex, his friend, she's very important, especially in 2. But just they have forgotten about all this stuff, and so people are like, they're shit writers and they're shit this. It's like, well, they need to find an imagination again, and then build on that instead of this retarded whatever fan fiction that they're like, it has to be this way. It has silly,
and some of them ridiculous. And sometimes somebody who actually sat back and said, no, it's not fan fiction because these people are not even fans.
Right, exactly. What do you know about this product? What do you know about the story? What do you know about the background? And if they said, oh, I played one game, I'm like, well, then you don't know much about this story. You should play this one and this one and this one.
I just started playing the game. I was just so disgusted. I almost vomited, and I was just like in post traumatic stress. I had to call my therapist because I just started gaming, and it just wasn't right. So it just wasn't representing me.
Right, exactly. Imagine that we've gone back in time in a way, and that there's so many people from Twix and Facebook and whatever, Instagram, other places, that are so offended to see a game with a character that has bigger boobs. I just find that so funny. And yet people can get death threats. They can get canceled for this. It's crazy.
And that's perfectly all right in the minds of those people.
Right, exactly. It's ridiculous. And so then you ask them, well, what's your vision? What do you want to do? Oh, well, what is your vision? You want to cancel other people? So what is your vision? That you want? No, right, exactly.
They have none. They have no vision. They don't have no creativity. So those that can't create must destroy.
Right. And it's like, have you tried? Do you want to try? It's like, oh, no, it's work. That's what they'll say. Oh, it's work. And I'm like, of course it's work. A lot of this stuff is work.
I mean, they're like the American Taliban. And what I mean by that is, what did they do? Oh, when they took over these areas, they went in and destroyed all these Hindu statues. They blew up those 3 that was in the side of the mountain. Went into museums and destroyed all this other stuff. So when they're not able to create, what do? They destroy.
Right.
They're destroyers, and that's what we're looking at here with these people. They're the same mentality. If if we can't create, we don't appreciate beauty, so we're going to destroy beauty. We're ugly, so we're going to destroy. And when I'm saying ugly, I'm talking about in the inside. Like of course they force projectiles, saying that that goes out to the physical aspect because they don't like beauty.
Right.
Beauty is wonderful. Beauty is wonderful. I'm not as pretty as this person, so we have to destroy that notion.
Yeah, that's how it seems to be very petty, and they're jealous.
Yeah,
and it's just crazy.
Right.
They want these characters to look like them. They need these self inserts. It's just
right.
And it's like, well, why do you guys keep talking about it? It's like, it never ends. It literally never ends. They want this war to continue. So it's like, no, some of us are not going to put up with it. Maybe more than some of us. We're not going to just say, oh, we're done. We accept this. It's like, no, because it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
And the thing is we are becoming more vocal about it.
No.
And we should
we
be.
also, and the thing is we also have the most powerful bargaining weapon there is.
Yep.
Our wallets.
Yep. And I would ask the same questions, and I love to ask questions like, what is this about? What is it about the game? What is it about this property that offends you so much? It's like, well, why don't you like things like the Marvels? It's like, I'm not out there saying it should be canceled. I'm just saying it's not for me. I'm not saying any of this stuff would be, but you want to cancel anybody who wants to do stuff. I mean, even Tekken got attacked, and the creator said, I don't care. I'm going to make attractive females with big boobs or whatever. I'm going to do what I want. I don't give a crap what you people say.
But the most important question is okay, why do you answer my question with a question? You can't answer your question, can you?
Exactly. Right. And so you just throw insults. It's like, I'm just not a fan of the new Prince of Persia. I don't like the way the character looks, really. And I don't care what people call me. It's like, you guys, the reviewers, the other people, I want to buy this game. Let's see, how many people actually bought this game. Even with the swimming reviews of how great this game is. It's like, why can't we once again get a 3D version of Prince of Persia? Oh, that's coming. But it's a remake of Sands of Time. Why don't we get a new game? So, the developers are stuck with this, like a remake, some remasters. Okay, once again, fine. Some of those are cool. Some of those are not. But once again, stuff like Final Fantasy, if you're into role-playing games or you like the Japanese type style, then you should play this stuff. And it's funny because a lot of this older stuff in so many ways is so much better than the new stuff. It just depends on the company. Like I would tell you guys, like Tales, they make attractive females, they have attractive males, and but it's crazy to me, and so we just keep going in the circle over and over again.
Right.
Like this is acceptable, but this is not. These stereotypes are acceptable; these are not. Like it's just crazy.
Oh yeah, they're quick to stereotype as fast as possible.
Yes,
instantaneously.
Yep.
And without merit, or even the stereotype isn't even correct. It's just what they imagined in their little bubble world.
Yep.
And Cash has been upset because there's not enough chin representation in these games.
I mean, yeah, I want those games canceled all the time now, but yeah.
But no, I mean that's just it. I mean, our option not to go see this and not like it is not canceling anything. Yeah, in a sense it is. We're canceling it in our own personal life.
Right.
But we're not going out there and canceling, saying, yeah, we want this out. We want this destroyed. I mean, I even sit back and say, I'd like to see this Batgirl film that wasn't completed.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to at least put it on the streaming service.
I want to see if it's as bad as Warner Brothers is making it out to be.
Yes. I want to see it.
Yeah,
I want to see if it's really this terrible. I mean, it's just like, the curiosity, kills the cat, but I'm curious. I'm very curious. I want to see if this is really that terrible.
Right. You put all that into it already. You're so close to finishing it and you yank it. No, go ahead. Don't put it in the theater, but put it on your streaming service. What a perfect.
Right.
Yep. And as far as the rest of this article says, there are also scenes of female characters being rescued with the damsel in distress trope now deemed outdated and offensive, no matter the context, and even being threatened with experimental breeding with the method of insemination, thankfully never specified. Sid Highwind at one of his lowest points is also seen belittling his guilt-ridden assistant and love interest, Shira. I was about to say Shira, but that wasn't right.
Some characters are assholes, and some situations are put in to make you really hate the bad guy. And having forced insemination, wouldn't that be something that's not, wouldn't that be something that gets your ire up and you want to beat the bad guy up?
Yeah.
It's not like you're rooting
make
for
me
it.
go, that's it, pal. I can't wait till I face off against you because I'm going to take you out.
Yep.
And what's wrong with the damsel in distress?
Nothing.
You have it the other way around too, where the guy's in distress and risk.
I'm pretty sure even Xena saved Ben
Yes, she did.
Oh yeah. The damsel in distress is not a bad thing.
No,
it's not. The thing is we all get into distress sometimes and have to be rescued.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure there are times where you at work, Baron, and you need help getting something done because it was impossible for you to do it by yourself.
Right.
Or, a kink happened as you're getting the work done, and someone else needs to lend a hand to help get it done.
As long as it's not a woman, I'm okay. I mean, no, honestly, see how stupid that is? See how stupid that is?
Yeah, that is stupid.
Yeah.
It also says the scenes most likely to be deemed offensive are the ones that were censored in Final Fantasy VII Remake, namely the events during and shortly after the Honeybee Inn brothel changed to be from a gender-free perspective. Yes, that's Cloud and Drag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's in drag because he's supposed to be. He's disguising himself.
It's funny.
Yes. Yes.
Taking modern sensibilities into consideration, the brothel is now a nightclub. The muscular men are now far less predatory and more focused on gains, and the entire cross-dressing sequence is framed more as a matter of pride and gender-free beauty. Nonetheless, the Dawn's abuse remains, and the nightclub has private rooms with suggestive activities.
Hamana.
It should also be considered Square Enix continues to censor sexual content when remaking games or bringing them over to the West. Recently, this includes Dragon's Quest Monsters 3 and Final Fantasy 16. Yet, sticking to Western sensibilities and social issues saw the latter banned in Saudi Arabia after Square Enix refused to censor the game's LGBT content.
Yeah, there's a gay couple. The interesting thing about Final Fantasy 16, and you guys should know this is actually coming out this year on PC, is it's more of a Game of Thrones. That's what it's been described as. It's more of a Game of Thrones Final Fantasy, I would say. And I guess there is a gay couple. I don't know what it adds or whatever. I haven't looked that much into it, but
they'll draw the line in the sand there.
Right.
Oh, that's sensibility. And you know what? Fuck modern sensibility.
Yep.
It's bullshit.
You know, I have a friend actually who gets really upset about the whole thing. He's like, look, she's a woman, and they want to black out the fact that, oh no, she lift up her skirt and she would have underwear on. I'm like, I understand what you're saying, man. He's like, why are we blacking out this stuff? Why are we doing these things? I'm like, I know, it's stupid.
She's wearing underwear.
Right. Yep. I know.
It goes on to say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will seemingly continue the trend that remakes set. The game's release date trailer reveals that the dancers and owner of the Honeybee Inn are seemingly now at the Gold Saucer, bringing a cross-grabbing dance routine that is sure to continue the owner's vision of beauty and identity positivity. Well, geez, Michael Jackson grabbed his crotch during his concert.
Many times.
Oh, so this is okay.
Right.
This is okay.
Yeah, of course. Hypocritical.
They're hypocritical. They don't understand that also, like, the Don is not supposed to be a good person. Okay, he does bad stuff. We're not, but once again, what are we doing? This whole thing, he misunderstood crap.
Villain.
Right. You know, but what did you think of this? Go ahead, Baron.
Oh, because these people have no moral compass at all. They're so morally with their attitude. Well, you can't force your morals on me. No, you can't. It's called do not kill, do not steal, do not do harm. Right? These are good morals, right? But they can't even grasp those. So they identify so much with villains nowadays Look what they did to the villains. They made them milk toast. Even Darth Vader, they're making milk toast, right?
Well, they're trying
And
to.
mushy.
It's going to be hard,
Well,
but yeah.
I know, but the thing is that's their attempt because we have to identify with Vader now, right?
No,
Vader was a bad guy.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
You don't happily join along destroying an entire planet and
That's
not be
right.
a bad guy. But
Horrible.
the thing is they try to identify so much with the villains now. They have to have this moral ambiguous and misunderstood stuff.
Yes.
So of course they have no morals. So that's why I say fuck your modern sensibilities.
You know what?
It's not sensible.
No.
Continuity Scene wasn't a good guy. He was a bad guy. He wanted to take control of the Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
So he could continue his quest.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, Mike, what did you think of this scene? Did you remember the old scene of the honeybee inn?
I hadn't played the original Final Fantasy.
Oh, you never played the original. Okay. But what did you think when you
played?
Like
I said before,
okay.
I played the original NES Final Fantasy, and I hadn't played any Final Fantasy game after.
Had you ever seen the honeybee inn?
remake.
Have you ever seen the honeybee inn scene from the original Final Fantasy?
I haven't looked it up. I sure look it up after the broadcast.
What did you think of this scene though in the remake?
I thought it was a little weird, but
okay.
I was thinking, okay, it's part of the story, so get over it.
Right.
Right.
Well, yeah, and that's Mike, you did it all wrong. You're not supposed to have that attitude. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, this is horrible. This is the worst thing ever.
It's over.
I'm sorry. I didn't read about it on Twitter and all that.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, come on. Some blue-haired land whale worked her thumbs to the bone on her iPhone 56.
Well, see, that's
tell you how bad this is.
Like Jade King from the Gamer, who I know we've read an article or two from her, or whatever whatever. I don't know. But that person, we'll just say that person. I don't know, the Gamer and other people, are they excited? Like if they played the old games, like, oh, this was horrible. But this time it makes sense. It's like, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Like I think they've probably even said like Cloud is now can be considered trans or some nonsense. It just
they have to. Right, they have to read and make up things as they go along, and hope that they read it enough out there with their whale song that it'll become reality.
I mean,
it's the trope nowadays. We got to reinvent the wheel by saying this character's this now.
Yep. And Cloud was not, if I remember, even in this scene, from what I've seen from this, actually watching this, he was never comfortable doing this. He did it because he was helping a friend. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's humor. But no, we have to have the stereotype.
Here's a spoiler. Let me put the spoiler.
Oh, okay.
Banner up. Here's a spoiler. He did it to rescue Tifa.
Yes.
Who was in this brothel.
Yes. And Cloud was always uncomfortable. A lot of men would be uncomfortable in that situation.
Yeah.
But you've got to save your friends. So yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It shows the loyalty of friendship, which is an important message.
Yeah.
Yep.
To go outside of your boundaries and sensibilities to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Exactly.
But no, let's go with the trope, aka stereotype of today. Oh, make it lame, make it gay, and put more women in it.
It says, returning to the interview, not everyone agreed with Kitase on Final Fantasy VII being embarrassing. Even, it says, event planner Motomu Toriyama was noted as having no regrets, saying, at any given era or time, we always strive to put our best foot forward. And we had utilized the best game specs at any given time, whether it had to be the original or today. So even with the original Final Fantasy VII title, there were no regrets or feelings that there was more that we wanted to do or something I had regretted not doing. We truly put in our best efforts, Toriyama defended. Well, see? You got one person who worked on the game who regrets it, and then the other says, no, it's the work we've done. We should be proud of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I bet you he was just beaten down by the land whales and their ugly whale songs.
Yep.
I
But
mean,
it's
if you
it's
constantly assaulted, after a while, people do cave in.
Yep,
Because
and right, they did, and but you're just never supposed to, because it's never enough for those mobs. Never enough.
no, it never
And,
is. But
yep. And then
we,
then you got another end of the spectrum here. For
Mhm.
better or worse, a recent interview with IGN saw Final Fantasy 16 producer Noki Yoshida musing that maybe it's time for someone new, instead of having the same old guys handle the next one. But if those same old guys created the universe that the game's set in,
Exactly.
they're the ones that have the roadmap that say, okay,
Yes.
this is where the next one's going.
That's right.
Without them, you don't have a guide.
well, yeah. And more importantly, is it still working? Is what
Mhm.
they're doing still providing results? And it's still providing results. It's not like these guys are now tired out and gin milling out stuff that's whole hum anymore, which sometimes can happen. If they're still able to bring out a quality piece of work, no, it's not time to put them out the pasture unless they decide it's time for me to retire.
Yeah. If the story's still working with the same people that have been working on the games for years, why change it? Why change the recipe?
Right. Don't let the mob dictate. They don't care.
Don't bend the knee, because
No.
they won't care. They'll move on to their next target, and the next one after that, and the next one after that.
They're like locusts. They're locusts. They devour, destroy, then they move on, leaving behind nothing
Yep.
but tears. They leave nothing behind but tears. Because in
Years
their
of
actions,
destruction.
they're destroying people's lives.
Yeah.
And it needs to be brought forward on this. They are destroying people's lives, their livelihood. People who produce stuff, and then they get canceled, and now it's hard for them to find jobs or get something done. They get a product out, and that's their intent. They want to destroy. They want to destroy these people.
They want to destroy someone's ability to make money, to have a roof over their head, be able to get food on the table, provide for their family.
Right.
Or for themselves if they're not married.
Right. And this is not a situation where, that there's no victim. These people are victim, and their livelihoods are destroyed, and they're hurt, and promising stories and careers are destroyed for what? Nothing but a bunch of narcissistic, Taliban-minded, uncreative, ugly people. And when I say ugly, I mean inside.
Yeah, inside. Right.
And they bring that ugliness outside. And now they think everything's got to be just as ugly as they are because they can't handle beauty.
I mean, I couldn't sit there in a board meeting, for example, and say, look, we can't have this and we can't have that. It's like, I would sit there, should we have attractive females? You guys want ugly females? You want this? Once again, does it all connect in the story?
Right.
And I could just see people yelling at me just because I have these ideas. And I would also say, listen, guys, just because a male character says to another male character, I'm here for you, I'm here to help you, doesn't mean they're gay. No. I know that's hurtful, but it's the truth.
Yeah. We're having a stereotype that men can't be affectionate to each other in a platonic way.
That's right.
That there's a
two men hugging each other. Oh no, is that bad? They're friends. They hugged each other. Okay.
They hug. They're gay now.
Yeah.
They hug.
Right.
They're gay.
Right.
It's ridiculous. But we do have our last story for this afternoon. Yep.
Ooh.
And yes, I am going to let everybody know, with it being the 40th anniversary year of Transformers, I am going to try to find as many Transformers stories as possible.
And there will be a G.I. Joe game that has potential to be fun. So.
Oh yeah, that's coming out this year. I'm looking forward to that.
So yeah.
So this comes from Superhero Hype. It's by Noah Dominguez. It was posted yesterday on their website, and it says Cobra Commander awakens Megatron in new Energon Universe trailer. It says Skybound Entertainment has released a new trailer promoting the second wave of its interconnected Energon universe. In the new trailer, spotlights the various titles that make up Skybound and Image Comics Energon Universe, including Void Rivals, Transformers, and G.I. Joe offshoots, Duke and Cobra Commander. The trailer concludes by teasing a villain team-up for the ages, with iconic G.I. Joe adversary Cobra Commander awakening the biggest and baddest Transformer of them all, Megatron.
Da, 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 da.
Notably, the Decepticon leader's whereabouts have been a central mystery throughout the early goings-on of the EU. And we will take a look at this trailer. The present and future of the Energon Universe. The Energon Universe kicked off in June 2023 with the debut of Void Rivals by Robert Kirkman, Lorenzo De Felici, and Matheus Lopez. The original series premiere issue featured a surprise appearance by Jetfire of Transformers fame, or Skyfire on the G1 cartoon. This led directly to Daniel Warren Johnson's ongoing Transformers series, which launched in October 23. Johnson currently writes and illustrates Transformers, while Mike Spicer colors the comic. Johnson's first story arc wraps up in March issue number 6. Jorge Corona will take over as artist, starting with April's Transformers number 7. Johnson will continue to write the series. The G.I. Joe franchise properly entered the fray in December 2023 with the launch of Duke by Joshua Williams, Tom Riley, and Jordi Belair. Cobra Commander by Williamson, Andrea Milana, and Annalisa Leone followed suit this month. Duke and Cobra Commander are 2 of 4 G.I. Joe limited series currently planned as part of the Energon Universe. Additionally, Skybound and Image are putting out an EU special for Free Comic Book Day this May. This one-shot will feature 3 all-new stories from the Energon Universe with stunning revelations for the worlds of Transformers, G.I. Joe, and Void Rivals. So let's go ahead and take a look at this trailer, shall we? Could you guys hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yep.
The Quintessons.
There's 4 of them?
And Shockwave intends to create his own. The Decepticons have made their move.
Ooh.
No one is safe. As the Autobots fight for Earth, humanity's own heroes will unite alongside their greatest rivals. However, the true secret of this war is more than meets the eye.
Wow, there's actually blood in this. That's crazy.
Welcome to the Energon Universe.
That's crazy. Duke and Cobra Commander. I guess we're gonna have to team up.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But where's Optimus?
He was on Earth, fighting for Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I was on Earth, Baron, and I was fighting for Earth.
Yes, but I told Destro I wanted to awaken Megatron and do what Starscream couldn't do. Cobra!
I mean, let's face it. Chris Latta voiced both Cobra Commander in G.I. Joe and then Starscream in Transformers.
It's awesome. And the voice sounds definitely different too. So
yeah, he did try to change it up a little bit. I mean, there were
Mhm.
certain words that he said that, it's like,
Yeah.
Starscream, Cobra Commander.
Yep.
But I did see a nice artist rendering where somebody did it as a tribute, where they made Cobra Commander look like Starscream as a tribute to Chris Latta, the late voice actor and comedian. Yeah, I'll have to check this out.
Yeah, I can see it,
like I said, with it being the 40th anniversary of Transformers, so I'm going to try to find as many Transformers related stories as possible, because even though I enjoyed Masters of the Universe and it was one of my favorite shows growing up as a kid, it was Transformers that solidified my love of sci-fi, fantasy, and
yeah, it's very cool. The friendship with Optimus Prime and the rest of the Autobots and the humans. Yeah, it's very cool stuff.
How human.
Okay, human. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and I can't wait to see what else is going to be happening for the 40th anniversary. I know Hasbro has reissued both Soundwave and Blaster for this
There's
year.
got to be a new cool Transformer game coming out, even if they
Well,
wanted to do.
They're working on a game called Transformers Reactivate, but I haven't seen anything since the 2022 Game Awards announcement trailer. And it's supposed to be a 4-player online multiplayer game, and so that'd be cool.
Could be, yeah. They could do a crossover game too with G.I. Joe and Transformers.
They could.
Thing, just like the comics coming out.
I mean, well, we have that G.I. Joe game that's coming out this year.
So yeah, they should do. There definitely should be some games coming out. Even if they also said, "Oh, by the way, guys, we're bringing back these Transformer games that you can't get anymore on Steam unless you find other ways." But you can't get anymore, and bring them back to Game Pass, because they've been talking about that. So
that link that
could
you
be
shared
exciting
in
for
the
people.
Discord, where it's at games coming to Game Pass, and Fall Cybertron was on there, and Rise of the Darkspark is on there, but I didn't really have any interest in playing that game again.
No, and they had the other ones too. They had the one they pulled from Steam, and then they
Devastation.
had Devastation. Yep. Fall Cybertron and the other one. Yeah. Oh man. Well, the thing about Gotham Knights is it could have been a much better game. It just could have been. It was pretty fun, but once again, you go. It's fun with people to play with, definitely, but there's some repetitive bullshit in that game that it's just like, ugh. Like I want to do this to get 100%. I don't know. The story, from what I've played so far, is pretty good. Barbara Gordon looks like Barbara Gordon, so
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You want the characters to resemble who they're supposed to be.
Right.
But nothing's been better than that Batman trilogy. I mean, recently anyways.
The Arkham games.
It's not even that recent anymore, I guess.
No.
But yeah, it's just Suicide Squad. That game should be... They said, oh, well, we're going to bring in the single-player later, and I'm like, why later? Why are we doing this? Because you guys want to do games as a service again? How did that work for the Avengers? It did not work well. So let's try this again, Warner Brothers. Last time it was Square Enix, and
I'm just
that.
I'm just not interested in playing Suicide Squad.
Got a stupid looking kid Ivy because she comes back to life as a kid. I'm just like, okay. And look, the gameplay could still be fun, but games as a service, I think this also is coming on Game Pass. So if we really want to try it,
yeah, If it's coming on Game Pass, that's the best way to try out a game.
I think so.
Shelling out $60-$70 for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just there's just so many missed opportunities. Like I was talking to another friend of mine a few days ago. I said, why don't we get something like X-Men Legends or like Marvel Alliance or like continue on with good camera angles, like better than even Marvel Alliance 3, but it's like, oh, this is only exclusive to Switch. Well, this game should come out for PC, but it probably never will. And just all this money left on the table and just miss opportunities.
Yeah. And yet Sony is learning their lesson. It's like, okay, we can release the games on PC, but we better do it a little quicker than we have been.
They should. It should be like at least only about 6 months after it, and then see how it does. Because that Miles game, after everything was leaked, didn't do well. Well, what a surprise! People felt like it was more of a DLC. So, I think the New Horizon game is finally coming out. Of course, Final Fantasy 16 is coming out this year on Switch. Both those games are coming out on Switch. And then where's Ragnarok? That should come out this year on PC.
Well, the thing is with when it comes around the games and the consoles and such, it's almost like the streaming services. And you can only afford so many consoles, or theoretically have so many consoles. So when you start having games that are totally exclusive to the console, not a PC, like someone like me, like I have an Xbox One, it's one of the first ones, and a 360. But before that, I have a Genesis. I'm not going to go out there and have a nice computer like I have, and then start going for getting like Xbox or PS or whatever, because well, one, money.
Yes.
Yeah.
And two, logistics and everything. So when you start playing the same game with games, well, I didn't mean to do it that way, but it worked out that way. Like you have with streaming services, well, like Cash says, you're leaving money on the table. People aren't necessarily, no matter how great a game might be, whatever, it just comes down to feasibility, especially in this economy that we're in. I don't care what anybody says; it's a shitty economy.
Yes.
It loses the chance of someone going out there and blowing money on a console so they can play this game specifically for this game, but of course start picking up some of the other games that they have on there too. But they want to play this game,
right?
Well, you're going to run into that same problem as the streaming services, and maybe they're realizing that as they're looking at the streaming services, going, "Ooh, this could happen to us awfully fast," and maybe it is.
Right.
Well, also, some of these games you can only get for PC via Steam as a digital copy. I'd much rather have a physical copy. This way, if it's ever taken off of Steam, and let's say hypothetically speaking, theoretically speaking, let's say I didn't purchase the game on Steam, but I still have my physical copy that I'm playing on a console, like I did with War for Cybertron and Fall for Cybertron. Then I can still pop it in and play it.
Right. Yep, as long as your console still works, you're good to go.
Right. Well, some of these consoles, you have to do all this downloading of updates too nowadays.
Oh, it is. Yeah, Jason and I have been talking about that too.
That's basically the one thing that got me not playing my Xbox still more. It seemed like every time I turned it on, there'd be this update, and it's like it's going to take so long. It's like, well, that's getting me out of the gaming mood.
Yeah, I mean, even like Gotham Knights at one point had like a 60 gig update. I'm like, what the hell's in this thing?
40 gig.
40 gig. I think there was also one that was a 60 gig, but maybe the 40 was only the biggest update. But it's a lot, and it's just like, what's in this thing?
Right, exactly.
It didn't improve the gameplay.
Is this? You guys should have. I understand some bugs when you get the game, but this game should be a really. There shouldn't be all these technical issues. There really shouldn't. When you buy this game for $60-$70, especially, you shouldn't have to deal with all these technical problems. And even like Gotham Knights still has some technical problems. I guess it's better on console, but who cares? It's like
that's not the platform I chose to buy it on. I chose to buy it on PC. You would think the game would run beautifully on PC. Just like you would have thought that Jedi Survivor would have been a game that would have run beautifully on PC. But there were glitches galore.
I mean, it ran better for other people, but still, a number of people still are having problems with it.
Yeah. I mean, we don't want to be treated like the little bastard child that, that's okay. Well, we'll throw him some scraps, right? No, we're people with the different platforms are just as important.
Yep.
It should be thought of that way.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And more importantly, they should be looked at also as money, ka-ching. So, hey, let's put something out really good for them. Let's make sure it gets ported over to this really good so they have a great experience. So we get more money. So when the next one comes out, they'll be more than excited to buy our product.
Yeah.
Because that's what you want to do. You want to be able to sell your product. You want that word of mouth to be able to sell your product because people are praising what you've put out there on the market.
Yep. And if you're going to be more about still exclusives, which I think exclusives should die personally, but
I'm so tired of exclusives. We've had exclusives going on for 30 years in gaming. It started on the Super Nintendo where certain games were Nintendo exclusive and
and when I saw go ahead.
I'm done with my thought.
Okay. Just want to make sure. When we look at that Xbox developer direct, it's like, okay, what if a lot of us wanted gameplay? What did we see? Gameplay. That's great. Okay, Sony, you're up next. Let's see gameplay. We've seen some. You've got some cool samurai games coming out and stuff. I'm like, all right, some of that stuff will even be on PC, but let's see some more gameplay. So you're up next, Sony. And crazy Sony fanboys, not the normal Sony fanboys, the crazy ones. They want to hate on this stuff. Okay, fine, from Xbox. Well, you guys are up, so you guys should be up next. So let's see what gameplay you're going to show.
Well, it's like I said earlier. Some people are already hating on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
They're hating on Avowed also. Yep, they're hating on Avowed also. They're like, oh, those particles, and it's like this game could be in a way like the next Elder Scrolls, or feels something like it. But there's also I noticed that new game that from the creators of Civilization 5. A lot of people don't seem to care about that strategy game. Like, I don't know, it looks pretty cool. We'll see. But,
you never know.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I could understand some of the knee-jerk reactions to Indy Jones because of the movie, how people were treated. And then, of course, when they took a look at that mutant out there pontificating inclusionary diversiveness, it's like, this is the 1930s. They didn't have that. Well, not that way. National Socialists did. Had their form of it. But they're quick to be knee-jerk, and I can understand that. But some of the stuff that they brought up, I don't see.
No,
I really don't. I don't see it.
No.
From that gameplay trailer, I don't see it.
No.
But then that's another reason why I want to play it when it's on Game Pass. I don't want to pre-order it and have it on day one. I want to be able to, have it on Game Pass. This way I can decide, is this a game that I actually want to own instead of paying, the subscription price of Game Pass for the ability to play it.
That's being cautiously optimistic.
Yep.
I'll give it a try. If it works out, I'll buy.
Yeah, that's why something like Game Pass is nice, because all those 5 games or whatever, I think they're all coming to Game Pass. Yeah, try them on Game Pass. Like, okay, if I like this enough, I can buy it.
Right.
I'm going to keep doing Game Pass because it's pretty cool, and there's still stuff I need to play on there. So
Yeah, there's still games I'd like to play on there myself.
You know, and if we all decide to buy like Dark Tide, you know, that's fine. But for now, we can just play it on Game Pass.
Oh, I want to buy Dark Tide, but I just don't have the money for it right now. But I'm gonna get that game. I'm gonna get that game because it is just too much friggin' fun.
It is a lot of fun.
I'm very impressed how good that game was. I didn't know what to expect, fully, to be honest with you. And I have to say, I didn't know what Vermintide would be like either. Until we started. Until we started playing the game, it's like, oh, this is great.
My only issue with Vermintide is Catch calling us mayflies all the time.
All the time. Yeah, I'm personally offended by that. Just to let you know, it hurts my feelings.
Yeah.
But the thing is that helped me get excited for doing Dark Tide when we did Dark Tide. It's like, oh, it's like Vermintide, but you know, on adrenaline. You know.
Yes.
I hesitate to say it's better, but it's different. They're both great games. You know.
They're both great games, but I will admit I lean more toward Dark Tide.
Yeah, me too.
A little bit more, for me.
Yeah, they're similar but different, and I if someone sat back and say, "Hey, let's play Vermintide," I wouldn't turn my nose up. It's like, okay, let's do it.
No.
Oh, you want to do Dark Tide? Oh yeah, no problem. I'll do it. You know? You want to play Gotham Knights? Don't have it. Don't want it.
Well,
it's a pretty
I don't know
good
if it's
game.
still on Game Pass, Baron, but it was on Game Pass at one point. If you ever did want to try it out, and you wanted to team up with 2 guys that have already played the game,
It's true. We can play up to 4
hint,
players.
hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. I get it. We can talk later. Well, you know, Cash is right about one thing. We do have a lot of games on our plates.
Yeah, well, of course, man.
Well, seriously, we've had a lot of fun playing the games. I mean, this past Friday, we had a lot of fun playing Among Us. You know, Kai joined us, Whoopa joined us, Prismatics.
Yep.
Among Us should not be as fun as it is, but it
I
is.
know, but it is. I know.
And it's a simple game. It's not high quality, you know, that's high quality textured graphics where you can see the pores or anything like that. No, it's a video game. It's fun.
That's right.
It's simple. It's very simple. It's like you know, you kill or be killed. You know.
Yes, pretty much.
I mean, there were times, and I'm just letting everybody who wasn't there know that once I got killed, and after it was revealed who the killer was, I did go, Cash, you asshole.
Well, you also looked
I was such a
when you
dick
did
in that
kill,
game.
too.
I was proud
You
of
were.
myself.
Yeah.
Such a dick.
You were yourself. You weren't being a dick. You're just being yourself.
I just kept blaming Baron and Whoopa and sometimes Prismatics and Mike.
Yeah.
But one of these days, Baron's going to be the killer. We're going to at least expect it.
Yes.
Well, when it happens, somebody's going to rage quit.
I've hardly been the imposter playing that game, so it's like, oh, I need my chance. I need my chance.
He needs a spotlight. He needs a spotlight.
No.
Yeah,
but speaking of spotlights, Cash, what do you have coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
I've got later on today. I was gonna do it tomorrow, but I had other things going on. But I was like, oh, I'm gonna get Dishonored done. I'm like, no, it's gonna have to start next week. Because the most important thing is I finish Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. So I'll be playing that later tonight.
He loves that game, boys and girls.
I want to finish that game. It's like the part 3. I've said this before. I thought I'd be done with it. I'm like, nope. Game's like we're not over yet. Okay.
We're not over.
That's right.
We're not finished, you and I.
I still don't think that is a $70 game on PlayStation 5, but I do think it's about a $60 game. It's surprisingly a fun game, and I haven't really found any shenanigans, and it's an Insomniac game, so I would like more of that. Yeah, go ahead.
A $10 drop. It's not worth something, but it's worth 60.
Yep.
What's it,
I think so. 60 or
just
even 50.
money bin.
Cash Money swimming around in his money bin all the time.
But yeah, so I plan to hopefully finish that tonight. So we'll see what happens, and then next week we'll. I know, right? I don't know if the game is gonna allow me to finish it, and then finally next week will be Dishonored. So
very nice.
How
about you?
Game Dishonored.
And how about you, Baron? What do you have coming up?
Well, as long as I don't wimp out again like I did yesterday, Babylon 5, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time on my channel, Saturday, finishing out Season 3. So wishing for better health for me to be able to do that. And I'll try to make the best effort to do so because I want to finish. I want to finish it out. By the way, Cash, what's going on Friday? What are we doing Friday?
Oh, Friday.
Yeah,
well,
what are we doing Friday?
We've got some choices. So we've got
choices.
Yes, we've got choices. We've got Vermintide 2, Dark Tide, or Myth Force.
Hard as this. Maybe we'll have to announce it on Wednesday's show.
Okay.
Yeah, that way we can fight, argue, hurt each other's feelings.
I'm leaning more towards Myth Force because now we can maybe even work on finishing the game. So,
listen to that.
Well, listen to him. Work on finishing the game.
Yep.
Well, what do you think we've been trying to do, pal?
I haven't played that game in so long, so I hope I do good.
Yeah, I haven't touched it in a while myself.
Because we've put. I'm not against playing Dark Tide or even Vermintide 2, or we could also, if we wanted to, play Party Animals. But once again, we've also got other stuff to work on. So
no, I mean, Myth, we haven't given Myth Force enough attention lately.
No, we haven't.
So we don't need.
Yeah, I heard Myth Force crying the other day because we're not playing it.
Well, we've got, I figured out how to beat the second boss on episode 6 recently. So, we got 7, 8, and 9, and I don't think there's anything else after episode 9. I think that's still the end of the game for now.
Until an update, yeah.
But it's going to be 900K if we want to get any of our weapons up to 4 stars. That is.
I'm still trying to get all my weapons up to level 3.
Yeah.
I don't know what my weapons are up to. I'm the popper.
But yeah, I mean, Dark Tide and of course Vermintide 2, we still have stuff to do in that, so, which is nice.
Well, the war against chaos never ends.
Right. And then I know it's going to be a while, but man, I hope that Space Marine 2 game is amazing.
Well, we got to play Space Marine together.
Yeah, we have to add that now.
Yes.
We have to add that now.
Okay, all right, we will. That's fine. I have no problems with that.
I got my Dark Angels armor all shined up and ready to go.
Excellent.
I love that custom design you have in there.
He did that spit and polish the other day. Wanted to make it sure that it was all nice and shiny and purdy.
Purdy.
For the lion, for the emperor.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, you signed up your armor. Did you do it for the emperor? No, I did it for
myself. And I'm glad.
I want to be the pretty guy on the battlefield.
I'm guessing the multiplayer and everything still works. I know it's an older game. But
yeah, I did the other day.
Baron tested it. Baron tested it.
Awesome.
Mike was asking about it, so I went and tested it. It took me a while to get back because by testing it, I went into a game and we're playing orcs and we're off in orcs. Warg.
And anything else coming up for you, Baron?
No, just my shenanigans with you guys. Unless something pops up, like last week, where it seemed like every day we had somebody. And I'm not complaining. I'm not coming in. It's just
that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was unexpected.
It was. Yeah, it was. it was fun being needed by other people and being on other people's streams like that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was fun being invited to join others on their
Mhm.
shows and
Mm-hmm.
and not have to worry about running the stream
Yeah,
at the same time.
exactly. That was other people's jobs.
Yeah. Now, as far as what's coming up on PACIFIC414 Tuesday, I will be back with more Cuphead. I am determined to beat that game. I don't care how long it takes me to
Oh, yeah.
actually do it.
Do
I
it.
am determined to beat it.
You will.
He's dying on that hill, folks. He's dying on that hill.
Dude, that's the hardest game that Mike has probably ever played on stream. No, I think it is the hardest. Unless
Probably.
there's
I wouldn't doubt it.
something
Yeah,
else,
yeah.
but I think it's probably the hardest.
Yeah, it is. It's got some nice difficulty to it.
Mhm.
But I've been enjoying playing it. And when you gifted it to me, Baron, it's like, all right, you know what you got to do. So I did start playing it offline a little bit. Then I'm saying, no, I'm playing this on stream.
Yep, it's good to do that, especially when you get stuck, because it's really frustrating when you're on stream and you just are going in circles. It's like, I can imagine people watching this right now are like, "What is he doing?" And it's like, I can't figure this out.
And that's the thing. I don't want to come off as an asshole when I say this. But I do appreciate that there are people that want to help in the chat. But I'm so stubborn towards like, no, I got to be the one that figures it out.
That's right.
Just obviously give them the right cheat codes.
No.
I don't want cheat codes. I want to be able to do it without cheat codes. And Wednesday, of course, we'll be back with PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, and Paul of Fandomology will be joining us for that edition of Pop Talk, so that should be fun.
Yeah, he will.
And then Thursday, I'm going to be playing more Crisis Core.
Good.
Now, Friday, I don't have scheduled at this time, but I did say in the schedule that is subject to change. The reason why I say it's subject to change is because prior to our stream on the Phantom Hooligans with Cash and Baron, I might attempt to beat Cuphead again if I haven't beaten it on Tuesday.
Love
In
that.
other words, he will be doing it. He will be doing it.
Listen, if his fingers have to bleed, and they might, he will do it.
Yeah, I can see it now. I got a message from both of you. Like, you're supposed to be on Phantom Hooligans right now. I'm almost done with the game. I'm almost beating it.
Come on, brother.
Or you guys go, yeah, Mike's MIA.
Yeah. He won't be joining us today. He's going crazy.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're thinking about doing Space Marine next week on Friday, then we should do some testing and stuff, make sure everything works out for them. And
well, more than happy to. I'm more than happy to play a little bit of that.
Yeah.
You know me. I love Warhammer.
It's the lore is just massive, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah, I know. It's a rabbit hole, folks. It's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? The intention is always to have fun.
Right.
Yep. That's it.
And show that you're having fun. And it's like when I was playing Cuphead, I was trying not to curse, even though inside I was cursing when I was fighting Dr. Call's robot. It's like, you piece of.
Well, that's part of the fun.
It's all about having fun, man. You have to have fun. Like, if you're not having fun on stream, why are you here?
I ask myself that all the time.
I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that the internet connection dropped, I probably still would have kept going, even though I would have looked at the time and said, you really should have gone to bed, but I really want to try to beat this.
Well, yeah, of course. You were getting closer and closer and closer. And then when you started doing your little, you were going in a circle, doing like a flip thing, it's like, oh, see, that's obviously helping you in that situation.
Yeah, it was. When I started doing that, I'm going, oh, this is actually helping me. I'm going to keep doing it.
Yep. And it was like, I'm like, Mike, I just, when I was watching some of those streams, like, I'm thinking to myself, Mike, you can't stand there. Trust me, man. I've been through this. You can't stand there. Nope, it's not going to work. I've tried that 100,000 times. Not going to work.
But I knew during that fight I would have to change up my strategy.
Yes, you have to. Though that one reminds me of Nemesis, where those things are coming from the back, trying to kill you all the time. It started reminding me of that. Some of those other space games where things are coming to the back and you have to turn your ship around and whatever. And that's this, your plane, yeah.
Well, yeah, we strive to have a lot of fun when we do our streams, and even during Pop Talk, we like to have fun. And when it comes to a story like Alec Baldwin, yeah, that's when we put aside the jokes and put on our game face.
What a piece of shit person.
Yeah,
I do want to thank everybody who watched today's edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk on YouTube and Rumble. We had Jester Sin over on Rumble, so thank you, Jester, for stopping by, brother. Really appreciate that.
Hey, Jester, yeah.
And over on the YouTube side, we had T-Gap Steve. Thank you, T-Gap Steve, especially for the latest episode of Beverly Hills 414.
T-Cap. Yep.
We also had Low Spec Linux Laptop, everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle. 2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leaves. 2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leaves. How come I'm the only one that's chanted this by myself? How come you enjoyed it?
2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leaves.
1 penguin leaves. 2 penguins enter, 1 penguin leaves.
You know, those two are gonna come up with something because we keep on doing the shenanigans. You know?
Oh, good. I hope they do. I hope they do. And I'm serious on this point. I hope we can actually do a stream together with the 2 of them on.
Oh, hell yeah. I like that idea.
Yes. Penguin Dome.
That's right. Yeah, and we can just sit there and ask them questions and whatever.
Yeah.
No, I want to fight.
Or we just sit back and let them fight about something. We'll give them a topic, and then they can fight about it.
No, I want to go into the dome.
And then whoever has the best points will win. Something like that.
And Prismatics was here with us today. Thank you, Priz. Whoopa Troopa was with us today. Whoopa, whoopa,
whoopa,
whoopa. Yeah.
Jason Fox of 540 Studios was here with us today.
Of Crazy Norwegian fame.
Yes.
Tim's Talk was here as well. Thank you, Tim. The Padawannabe's ears perked up when we started talking about possibly doing a karaoke stream, although now I'm convinced we should.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, you know, that's how life works sometimes, you know. You just go, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun.
I'm against fun.
You're always against fun.
It's fun not to be fun.
Alex Moore was here. Good to see you, Alex.
Yep.
And we had Dadman Walking 55 here. Good to see you, Dadman.
Yep.
You guys should check out his channel.
I will try to do that soon.
And get those
There's a variety. Yeah. Get them back from Mrs. Dadman.
All right.
And of course, DJ Ronnie G.
Yep.
Nerd.
Turtles.
Nerd.
He's a bigger nerd than all of us, I'm sure.
He is.
He's a good guy. He's a good
guy.
Yes.
He is. Oh, yeah.
If you all haven't checked out DJ Ronnie G's channel, what are you doing? Check it out.
Check his channel out. Check Whoopa's channel out. Yep.
Dadman, Padawannabe, Tim's Talk, 540 Studios.
Yes.
And check out everybody who's in the chat today. And of course, you know
what really grinds my gears?
Oh, that's sorry. That was the wrong one.
I don't know who any of those people are.
See, we do 2 episodes of Pop Talk on Rumble Studio, and there gets lost at the controls again. He's like,
No,
I don't remember
funny,
these controls.
No, you know what's funny is I had it right there. When I pressed down to play that, the thing rolled up. It's like, what the hell? And then I rolled down fast, and I saw Peter, and it's like, oh, there we go. And it's like, oh, wrong one.
But thank you, Phil. Thank you to everybody who watched, listened, and lurked to this edition of Pop Talk on the YouTube and Rumble channel. Make sure you follow, subscribe, hit the thumbs up for everybody who's here on the panel, everybody who's in the chat, because without you all, we don't do this.
You know,
we do this because we.
I'm sorry. Before we go, though, I know we're serious about it, but I think we're far enough away from that story that we can play this very important PSA.
How many of you think the opinions of actors should be valued as much as, well, say, doctors, engineers, or a courageous congressman? Right here. Yeah, right on. Well, you're wrong. Actors are self-centered punks.
There we go.
That describes Baldwin perfectly.
Right. I figured we're far enough away that we can play that PSA now.
Yeah.
I love that. I never get tired of that. Well, you're wrong.
Well, I mean, there's always this one, too.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. Well, you're wrong.
We were a little light on the clips today, so I thought
that's okay. There's gonna be some episodes where we play clip after clip after clip, and some episodes like today where we only play certain clips.
Right, it's too funny.
But again, we appreciate everybody's support, everybody being here every Sunday and Wednesday in some capacity, and we can't do this without you. So thank you all for your support. And with that being said, remember 2 things. 1, don't give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And 2, because the content is still on the channel and I'm not going to remove it from the channel, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Take care, everybody.
Autobots, transform and roll out!
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
I guess that was the only one that was having scrolling problems.
Nope, you weren't.
Here, see? I got singing. Do you really want me singing? Honestly, oh God.
Oh, come on, Baron.
Come on,
live a little, man. Live a little.
You can do it.
Come on, man. You really want to drive the people away.